Section 1. The Three-Eyed Fish and the Earliest Omens. Close your eyes and let your body settle into wherever you are right now. Feel the weight of the day beginning to lift from your shoulders, your neck, your chest. Breathe in slowly through your nose, hold it just for a moment, and release it through your mouth. Let everything soften. You don't need to hold anything tightly right now. You are exactly where you need to be, and for the next several hours, there is nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, and no one who needs anything from you. Tonight, we are going to drift together through one of the most quietly extraordinary phenomena in the history of American culture. Not a ghost story, not a conspiracy, something stranger and in some ways more unsettling, because it doesn't ask us to believe in anything supernatural at all. Tonight, we are going to talk about The Simpsons, that warm, golden, animated world that so many of us grew up watching from couches and beds just like the one you're in right now. And we are going to explore the long, strange, almost impossible list of times that show appeared to see the future before the future had arrived. We'll take it slowly. We'll wander through each story the way you might wander through a quiet museum after closing time, when all the crowds are gone and the only sound is the soft echo of your own footsteps. There's no rush. These stories have been sitting patiently for decades, and they'll wait for us to find them at whatever pace feels right. So breathe again. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And let's begin at the very beginning. The Simpsons premiered on December 17th, 1989. It was a Sunday night, and America was settling into the particular quiet that Sunday evenings carry. That soft, slightly melancholy atmosphere of a weekend winding down, school or work looming somewhere on the other side of midnight. Into that quiet, a yellow family arrived. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie. 5 characters so immediately distinctive that within a matter of weeks their faces were on t-shirts, lunchboxes, and bedroom walls across the country. The show was strange from the beginning. It was drawn with a kind of deliberate imperfection, slightly off-model, slightly crooked, with that signature yellow skin and those enormous white eyes. It was animated by a studio in South Korea, written by a group of unusually well-educated comedians in Los Angeles. And it was about something that hadn't really been the subject of American primetime animation before. The reality of working-class life. Not a glamorized version, not a softened version. And the real thing, the tedium, the financial pressure, the small joys and large disappointments of an ordinary American family trying to get by in an ordinary American town. That realness, that commitment to honest observation, is important. Remember it. We'll come back to it many times tonight because it is, in many ways, the explanation for everything we're about to explore. The Simpsons was so good at watching America, really watching it, without flattery and without flinching, that it sometimes appeared to be predicting America's future. But perhaps what it was really doing was something more subtle. It was watching patterns that were already in motion, trends that were already underway, and extrapolating them to their logical conclusions. And then, with the slow, inevitable drift of time, the real world caught up with the cartoon. Or at least, that's one explanation. Let's hold that thought loosely for now and let the stories do their own quiet work. Let's talk about a fish. It's 1990. The show has been on the air for just a few months. The episode is called 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Eyes on Every Fish, and it aired on November 1st of that year. In it, Bart Simpson, 10 years old, perpetually trouble-seeking, perpetually endearing, is fishing in the river that runs near the Springfield nuclear power plant. It's a lazy afternoon scene, the kind that feels warm and timeless the way only cartoon Saturday mornings can feel. And then Bart pulls something extraordinary from the water. A fish. A perfectly ordinary-looking fish in every way except one. It has 3 eyes. Not 2, but 3. A third eye positioned precisely in the center of its forehead, blinking slowly in the afternoon light. The fish becomes, in the episode, a kind of accidental political football. The plant's owner, the magnificently villainous Charles Montgomery Burns, ends up running for governor partly to squash the regulatory scrutiny that the three-eyed fish has attracted. It's a story about corporate malfeasance, political corruption, and the way that powerful people use the machinery of democracy to protect themselves from accountability. It's sharp, it's funny, and it's delivered with the light touch of a show that never wants to feel like a lecture. And then, 21 years later, in 2011, something happened in Argentina. Fishermen in Cordoba province, working the Rio Tercero reservoir not far from a nuclear power plant, pulled a fish from the water. It had three eyes. The story spread quickly, carried by the kind of delighted disbelief that the internet is particularly good at amplifying. Here was a three-eyed fish, just like the one Bart had caught 2 decades earlier, and it had been found near a nuclear facility, just as the Simpsons episode had suggested. The fish was photographed extensively. Scientists were consulted. The local residents, who had been concerned about water quality near the plant for years, pointed to the fish as evidence of contamination. The nuclear plant's operators disputed the connection. What actually caused the fish's mutation was never definitively established. Mutations of this kind, technically called polycephaly, or various forms of morphological duplication, can be caused by genetic anomalies, environmental contaminants, or simply the random errors that biology occasionally produces. Three-eyed fish are not, in the strictest scientific sense, impossible. They are rare, but they are not impossible. But the resonance was undeniable. Here was a cartoon from 1990 set near a nuclear plant featuring a three-eyed fish. And here was reality in 2011 producing precisely that image. The people who covered the story, journalists, bloggers, social media users, could not resist the comparison. The Simpsons had done it again, or had it done anything at all? That question is one we'll carry with us throughout this entire journey tonight. Because one of the most interesting things about the Simpsons' coincidences is how they resist easy categorization. Some of them feel like genuine prediction, moments where the show appeared to extrapolate a real trend to a real conclusion. Others feel more like coincidence in the truest sense of the word, two unrelated things that happen to arrive at the same image or idea from completely different directions. And then there's a third category, perhaps the most philosophically interesting, moments where the show was describing something so fundamental about human nature, or about the way that industrial civilization works, that its predictions were almost inevitable. The way that predicting the sun will rise tomorrow is inevitable. The three-eyed fish sits, perhaps, in all three categories at once. Nuclear plants do cause environmental damage. Environmental damage does produce mutations. Mutations in fish near nuclear plants are not entirely surprising. In that sense, The Simpsons was simply following a chain of reasonable inference to its logical, slightly absurd conclusion. But the specific image, that particular fish, that particular number of eyes, in that particular geographical context, has a quality of strangeness that no amount of reasonable inference can entirely dissolve. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever surface is supporting you right now. Feel the gentle pressure of the mattress or the cushions or the floor beneath you. Notice how your breathing has slowed since we began. You don't need to do anything with that observation. Just notice it and let it continue. We're going to stay in the early years of the show for a little while longer, because the earliest omens are often the most interesting. They're the ones that had the longest time to be proven right or wrong, and they're the ones that reveal most clearly what kind of show The Simpsons really was in its first flowering. The show launched, as we said, in 1989. George H.W. Bush was in the White House. The Berlin Wall had just come down. The internet existed, but barely, and almost entirely as a government and academic tool. Cell phones existed, but they were large, expensive, and owned by a vanishingly small fraction of the population. The world felt, in retrospect, like a place on the very edge of enormous change, holding its breath before the long exhale of the 1990s technological revolution. Into this moment stepped a writing staff that was, by any measure, extraordinary. We'll spend more time with them in the next section, but for now it's worth noting that the people who wrote the early Simpsons episodes were not typical television writers. They were Harvard-educated, often with advanced degrees in mathematics, philosophy, or history. They were readers, thinkers, people who paid close attention to the world. And they were, above all, observers. People who had developed a habit of watching American life with a kind of clear-eyed, slightly melancholy precision that is the prerequisite for any genuine comedy. That habit of observation produced, in those early years, a remarkable collection of episodes that engaged seriously with the major forces shaping American life. The decline of manufacturing, the rise of celebrity culture, the dysfunction of political institutions, the slow erosion of community bonds, the complicated relationship between faith and reason in a secular age. These were not small themes. They were the themes of the time, and the writers handled them with a lightness and a precision that made the show feel simultaneously like entertainment and something closer to literature. And sometimes, in the course of following those themes to their logical conclusions, the show arrived at images and scenarios that the real world would later reproduce. Consider the very premise of the show itself. Springfield nuclear power plant, Homer Simpson's employer, the source of the family's modest income, the constant backdrop of Homer's working life, is run, as mentioned, by Mr. Burns. Charles Montgomery Burns is one of the great comic villains of American television. Impossibly old, impossibly wealthy, impossibly callous, a man so disconnected from ordinary human experience that he cannot identify a single food from a list of things a normal person might eat for breakfast. He runs his nuclear plant with a contempt for safety regulations that borders on the theatrical, and his relationship with the regulatory bodies that are supposed to oversee him is one of cheerful corruption. He knows the inspectors, he knows how to manage them, he knows that the apparatus of oversight is as much a performance as a reality. This was, in 1989, a satirical exaggeration, but in the decades since the show premiered, the relationship between nuclear plant operators, regulatory agencies, and political institutions has been the subject of enough real-world scrutiny to make the Simpsons version feel less like exaggeration and more like a somewhat simplified documentary. The revolving door between industry and regulatory bodies, the under-resourcing of safety inspection programs, the political pressure on regulators to avoid findings that might prove economically inconvenient, all of these dynamics are documented, real, and ongoing. The Simpsons wasn't predicting them so much as it was identifying them clearly at a moment when they were less widely discussed. And then, as public awareness of these dynamics grew, the show appeared to have been prophetic. That is a crucial distinction, one that will come up again and again tonight as we make our way through this long, quiet inventory of strange coincidences. The show didn't create the future. It saw the present with unusual clarity, and the present, given enough time, becomes the future. There's another early moment worth dwelling on before we leave this opening section. In 1993, Season 4, an episode called Selma's Choice, there is a brief scene set in a theme park called Duff Gardens, a fictional beer-themed amusement park that exists within the Springfield universe. In the episode, Selma, Marge's sister, one of the show's great supporting characters, takes Bart and Lisa to the park. It's the kind of episode The Simpsons did beautifully in those years, a small human story about family and disappointment, and the particular sadness of things that are supposed to be fun but aren't quite. But inside this warm, melancholy story, there's a small technological detail that is easy to miss. In one scene, a theme park guide uses what appears to be a very early version of a wearable device on her wrist, something flat and screen-like, displaying information in real time. It's not the main point of the scene. It's background detail, set dressing, the kind of thing that a viewer in 1993 would have registered as futuristic theme park technology and moved on from without much thought. The Apple Watch launched in 2015 wearable technology. Smartwatches, fitness trackers, health monitoring devices worn on the wrist became one of the defining consumer technology categories of the 2000s. And when people look back at that 1993 Simpsons scene, they found something sitting there quietly. An image of a wrist-mounted display providing information to its wearer, 22 years before such a device reached the mass market. Was it prediction? In the strictest sense, probably not. Wearable technology was a concept being discussed in science fiction and early technology circles well before 1993. The writers didn't invent the idea. They borrowed it from the general atmosphere of technological speculation that surrounds any thoughtful creative person living in a moment of rapid change. But they placed it in the background of a scene set 20 minutes into the future, where it felt natural and ordinary, because they understood, or their instincts told them, that this kind of technology was not a matter of if, but of when. That instinct, that sense of temporal proximity, that feeling for which ideas were already ripe and waiting to be born, this is perhaps the Simpsons' greatest gift. Not prophecy in any mystical sense. something more like a particularly acute sensitivity to the direction of the wind. Let's linger for a moment on the feeling of that. You know those moments in your own life when you can sense something coming before it arrives? Not in any supernatural way, but just that quiet knowledge built from pattern recognition and experience that certain things are moving in certain directions. You feel it in relationships, in careers, in the way that a situation is developing. You know, without quite being able to articulate how you know that something is about to change. The writers of the early Simpsons had that sense about American culture on a scale that seems, in retrospect, almost uncanny. They were watching a nation that was changing faster than it knew, and they were writing about that change with a precision and a humility. This was satire, not prophecy. Comedy, not journalism, that allowed them to see clearly without having to claim anything they couldn't prove. And so when the changes that they had sensed and sketched and extrapolated actually arrived, thus, their sketches looked like blueprints. Their extrapolations looked like predictions. Their comedy looked like documentary. This is the mystery at the heart of everything we'll explore tonight. Not whether The Simpsons could actually see the future, of course it couldn't, not in any literal sense, but what it means that a television show created by human beings with nothing but intelligence and attention and a gift for honest observation managed to produce such an extraordinary and extensive map of what was coming. Let your eyes rest fully closed now. Your breathing is slow and even. There's nothing to figure out, nothing to solve, nothing to hold. Just the sound of this voice and the quiet procession of these stories, and the soft, warm darkness behind your eyelids. We'll spend a little more time with the fish. Because Blinky, that's what the fans came to call the three-eyed fish after the episode, became something more than a joke over the years. He became a symbol, a mascot of sorts for the show's strange prophetic reputation. When the real three-eyed fish was found in Argentina in 2011, Blinky's image was everywhere. In news articles, in social media posts, on fan forums where people collected and cataloged every instance of Simpsons' prediction with the same loving attention that scholars might bring to a body of religious texts. There's something touching about that, about the human need to find pattern, to find meaning in coincidence, to look at two three-eyed fish separated by 21 years in an ocean, and say, there is something here that wants to be understood. Maybe there is. Maybe the meaning is simply this, that The Simpsons was paying attention when a lot of other people weren't, and that the world it was watching has a tendency to produce the images and stories and outcomes that careful attention predicts. That honesty has a kind of foresight built into it, that if you look clearly enough at what is, you will sometimes see what is coming. Before we leave this section and move into the deeper waters of the show's history, there's one more early omen worth noting. It comes from Season 2, an episode called Bart Gets Hit by a Car, which aired in January 1991. In this episode, Homer hires a lawyer, the magnificently sleazy Lionel Hutz, played by the incomparable Phil Hartman, to sue the driver who hit Bart with his car. It's a story about the American legal system, about ambulance chasing and false testimony, and the gap between justice and law. And in it, there's a small moment that has lodged itself in the collective memory of Simpsons fans. A scene in which Homer visits a chiropractor, and the chiropractor uses a device that looks remarkably like a modern tablet computer. Flat, touchscreen, displaying medical information in a clean, digital format. This was 1991. The iPad launched in 2010. Tablet computers as a mainstream consumer category were 19 years in the future. Yet there it is, in the background of a legal comedy, being used as naturally and unremarkably as if it had always existed. Again, the writers didn't invent tablets. Again, the concept existed in the speculative technology conversation of the time. Again, what they demonstrated was not prophecy, but timing, a sense of which technologies were already close enough to be used as background furniture in a show set in a slightly exaggerated version of the present. But the accumulation of these moments, the tablet, the smartwatch, the three-eyed fish, the nuclear plant dynamics, begins to produce something that feels like more than coincidence. It begins to feel like a coherent picture of a show that was operating on a level of cultural awareness that was simply unusual. A show that had found a way to watch and describe and extrapolate with a consistency and a precision that would, over 30-plus years, accumulate into one of the strangest and most fascinating bodies of apparent prophecy in the history of entertainment. That body of prophecy is what we're here to explore tonight. And we've only just begun. If you're finding these stories as fascinating as we are, we'd love to know. Drop a comment below and tell us where in the world you're listening from. What city, what country, what hour of the night. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing because we have many more of these long, quiet journeys planned, and we'd love for you to join us on all of them. Now, let's keep going. Section 2. The Writer's Room. Who they were and why the coincidences feel inevitable. Before we can truly understand the coincidences, we need to understand the people who created them. Because The Simpsons was not made by a committee of television executives trying to produce a product. It was made by a specific group of specific people with specific educations and specific sensibilities and specific ways of looking at the world. And those specifics matter enormously for understanding how the show managed to do what it did. Let's settle in for this section because it's really a kind of biographical exploration, a walk through the intellectual and creative backgrounds of the people who built one of the most extraordinary things ever to appear on American television. And it's a walk that will, I think, make the coincidences feel less mysterious and more marvelous, because they begin to make sense once you understand the minds that produced them. Breathe in slowly. Let your shoulders drop. You're comfortable. You're safe, and we're going to meet some fascinating people. The first thing to understand about the original Simpsons writing staff is that it was assembled, more or less accidentally, from a pool of writers who were dramatically overqualified for television comedy. This is not a slight against television comedy, it's simply an observation about the unusual concentration of academic firepower that ended up in the Simpsons writers' room in the early 1990s. The show was created by Matt Groening, a cartoonist and underground comics creator from Portland, Oregon, who had been producing a strip called Life in Hell since the late 1970s. Groening was smart and observant and had a particular talent for the kind of dark, wry humor that finds the absurdity in ordinary misery. But he was not primarily a television writer, and the show he created needed people who could develop its world in depth and sustain it week after week. The first producer who truly shaped the show's voice was James L. Brooks, a television veteran of enormous stature who brought to the project a commitment to genuine emotional truth, the idea that even a comedy about cartoon characters needed to have real feelings at its center, real stakes, real human experiences. Without Brooks's insistence on this, The Simpsons might have become another gag machine. Instead, it became something rarer, a comedy that made people cry. But the writers, the people who sat in the room and generated the actual stories and jokes and cultural observations, these were people of a very particular kind. Consider Conan O'Brien. Before he was a late-night television host, before he was the star of his own shows and the subject of his own considerable legend, Conan O'Brien was a Simpsons writer. He graduated from Harvard in 1985 with a degree in history and literature. He wrote for the Harvard Lampoon, that legendary comedy publication that has produced an extraordinary number of American humorists. And then, in the early 1990s, he joined the Simpsons writing staff, where he wrote several of the show's most beloved early episodes. One of those episodes was Marge versus the Monorail, which aired in January 1993 and is widely considered one of the greatest Simpsons episodes ever made. A perfect, precisely calibrated satire of civic gullibility and the promises of technological salvation. O'Brien wrote it in a few days, apparently, which says something about both the quality of his mind and the creative atmosphere of the writer's room at that time. When people ask why The Simpsons was so good at predicting things, one answer is because it was written by people like Conan O'Brien, people who had trained their minds to see pattern and structure and irony in the way that the world actually works, and who had a gift for translating that understanding into story. Then there was John Swartzwelder. Swartzwelder is perhaps the most legendary figure in the mythology of The Simpsons writers' room, a figure so reclusive and so singular that he has become something close to a folk hero among fans of the show. He wrote, by himself, 59 Simpsons episodes over the course of the show's first 13 seasons. 59. In a room full of extraordinarily talented writers, Swartzwelder was by consensus the best, the one whose drafts needed the least work, whose jokes were the most reliably brilliant, whose sense of comic structure was the most finely tuned. He was also intensely private, to the point that very few people in the industry had ever met him in person. He wrote his scripts at a diner, reportedly chain smoking and drinking coffee, and producing comedy that his colleagues described as unlike anything else they had ever read. His style was a kind of maximalist absurdism. Jokes piled on jokes, references layered on references, a sense of a mind moving so fast that the page could barely keep up. But underneath the absurdism was always a very clear and very intelligent understanding of how the world worked, how institutions function, how people behave under pressure, how the gap between the ideal and the real produces the specific kind of pain that comedy addresses. Swartzwelder was a libertarian, reportedly, politically skeptical of government institutions in ways that gave his writing a particular edge when it came to depicting bureaucracy, regulation, and the relationship between ordinary citizens and the systems that are supposed to serve them. That edge is visible throughout his episodes, and it contributes to the show's particular kind of foresight, a clear-eyed skepticism about the promises of institutions that history has repeatedly validated. There was also Al Jean. Jean has been the showrunner of The Simpsons for most of its run, an almost unimaginable feat of sustained creative stewardship, and his influence on the show is vast and pervasive. He graduated from Harvard with a degree in mathematics and the mathematical mind, the mind that is trained to look for elegant solutions, to identify underlying structure in apparently complex phenomena, to follow chains of reasoning to their necessary conclusions, has shaped the show in ways that are both visible and invisible. Mathematics, it turns out, is excellent training for comedy. Both disciplines require precision, economy, the ability to identify the exact right word or symbol that will do the work you need done. Both reward the kind of thinking that asks, what is this really about, at the most fundamental level. Both produce people who have a low tolerance for imprecision and a high appreciation for the satisfaction of an argument that actually holds together. Al Jean's mathematical background also contributed, almost certainly, to some of the show's most remarkable scientific coincidences, which we'll explore in much more detail in Section 7. The show's writers were not scientifically illiterate. Several of them had advanced degrees in mathematics and related fields. When the show included scientific content, it was often content that had been checked, considered, and developed with real care. David X. Cohen and Ken Keeler deserve special mention here, even though they are often more associated with Futurama, Groening's second animated series, which Cohen and Keeler helped develop, because their work on The Simpsons during its middle period contributed materially to the show's intellectual texture. Cohen has a degree in physics from Harvard and a master's degree in computer science from Berkeley. Keeler has a PhD in applied mathematics from Harvard. These are not the credentials of people who stumbled into television writing. They are the credentials of people who might, in a different life, have been academic researchers and who brought the habits of academic rigor to the otherwise seat-of-the-pants world of television comedy. Keeler most famously proved an original mathematical theorem, a genuine novel result in group theory, for the purposes of a single joke in a Futurama episode. The theorem, now known as the Futurama theorem, or the Keeler theorem, is a real piece of mathematics cited in academic literature that was produced entirely as a byproduct of making a cartoon about a fictional body-switching machine. This is not a small thing. This is someone so thoroughly a mathematician that when he needed a piece of mathematics for a story, he simply sat down and produced new mathematics. That is the kind of mind the Simpsons writers' room contained. Not in every writer, but in enough of them, and with enough cultural influence on the whole enterprise, that it shaped what the show did and how it did it. Sam Simon is another figure who shaped the early show in ways that are sometimes under-acknowledged. Simon was the showrunner for the first few seasons, and he was responsible for much of the visual and comedic language that made the early Simpsons so distinctive. He was also, famously, an unhappy and difficult presence in the writers' room. There are many stories of conflict between Simon and the other principals. And he left the show after season 4, receiving, and still receiving, until his death in 2015, a substantial portion of the show's profits as part of a settlement. Simon's unhappiness might, in a strange way, have contributed to the show's particular quality. There's a kind of comedy that comes from genuine dissatisfaction with the way the world works, a comedy that isn't performed, that isn't a pose, but that emerges from a real and sometimes painful awareness of the gap between what is and what ought to be. Simon had that quality. His episodes carry a weight and a darkness that goes beyond mere satire, touching something closer to genuine grief about the human condition. That grief, carefully managed by the other talents in the room, became one of the show's most distinctive and most powerful notes. Why does all of this matter for our story about coincidences and predictions? Because The Simpsons' apparent prophecies did not emerge from a vacuum. They emerged from specific minds, shaped by specific educations and specific ways of engaging with the world. They emerged from a room full of people who read widely, thought carefully, and took seriously the project of understanding the society they were satirizing. They emerged from a creative culture that valued intellectual rigor and genuine observation over the easy laugh, the cheap sentiment, the formula. When The Simpsons appeared to predict the future, it was because it was written by people who paid exceptionally close attention to the present. And when you pay exceptionally close attention to the present, when you understand the mechanisms by which things work, when you can trace the trajectories that trends are following, when you can feel the direction of change before the change arrives, then the future becomes not transparent, but less opaque, less surprising, more like the completion of a sentence that was already underway. Let me give you one more figure from the writer's room because she represents something important. Carolyn Oman has been one of the show's writers and producers for many years, and her presence in the room, along with several other writers who joined in later seasons, represents the way that the show's perspective and its cultural awareness evolved over time. The early Simpsons was largely, though not exclusively, the product of a specific cohort of Harvard-educated, primarily male writers, and its sensibilities reflected that cohort. As the show evolved, as the writer's room changed, so did the show's angles of vision, the cultural moments it noticed, the predictions it made, consciously or unconsciously. The fact that the show has continued for more than 35 years means that it has been watching American culture through multiple decades of transformation: the technology revolution of the 1990s, the political upheavals of the 2000s, the social and cultural convulsions of the 2010s, the strange suspended moment of the pandemic years. Each of these periods required different things from the writers, different tools, different angles, different ways of asking the question that good satire always asks: what is this really about? And the cumulative answer, the long, sprawling, inconsistent, sometimes brilliant, sometimes merely competent answer that the show has produced over 35 years, is perhaps the most extensive document of American self-examination that any single creative enterprise has ever produced. A cartoon produced more insight about American life than almost any other form. And in producing that insight, episode after episode, season after season, it sometimes, often, seemed to reach into the future and pull back something that hadn't happened yet. There's a concept in statistics called the law of large numbers. It says roughly that if you perform a random process enough times, the results will tend toward their expected value. In other words, the more you do something, the more likely you are to see all of the outcomes that the underlying probabilities predict. The Simpsons has produced somewhere in the vicinity of 700 episodes over its run. 700 attempts to describe and satirize and extrapolate from the current state of American life. The law of large numbers applied to this situation suggests that if there is any genuine signal, any real ability to identify trends before they fully manifest, then with 700 episodes, that signal will eventually produce some remarkable hits. Not because every episode is prophetic, but because the number of attempts is large enough that even a modest underlying accuracy will eventually produce results that look, in retrospect, extraordinary. This is not to dismiss The Simpsons' apparent prophecies. It is to place them in a mathematical context that makes them feel, paradoxically, both more understandable and more impressive. The show wasn't randomly generating predictions. It was making thoughtful, informed extrapolations from the current state of the world. But it was also doing so at a scale: 700 episodes, 35 years, covering every major domain of American life, that virtually guaranteed some spectacular hits. And the hits, when they came, were often so precise, so detailed, so eerily accurate in their particulars, that the statistical explanation, while real, doesn't quite satisfy. There's a remainder, a residue of strangeness that the numbers don't fully account for. And it's that remainder that makes the Simpsons story not just interesting as a case study in creative foresight, but genuinely, quietly thrilling. Let's stay with this thought for a moment before we move on. 700 episodes, more than 35 years. A team of unusually intelligent, unusually well-educated, unusually attentive writers who changed and evolved over time, bringing new perspectives and new areas of expertise to the show's ongoing project of watching America watch itself. A cultural institution so large and so embedded in the collective consciousness that it became a kind of mirror, not just reflecting American life back to itself, but reflecting it in a way that was just distorted enough, just exaggerated enough, to make visible things that were too close and too familiar to see in their undistorted form. That is the machine behind the coincidences. Not magic, not prophecy, not a mystical gift for seeing the future. Something more interesting, a very human, very intelligent, very sustained act of attention, applied at extraordinary scale and extraordinary duration, to the most complex and dynamic and surprising society that human history has yet produced. The coincidences are the residue of that attention. The moments where the attention was so good, and the underlying trends so clear to those who were paying attention, that the show's extrapolations arrived at places the real world would eventually reach. The moments where the law of large numbers, combined with genuine analytical skill, produce something that feels, without quite being, prophetic. That feeling is worth taking seriously. Even if we understand its mechanism, the wonder of it doesn't entirely dissolve. And the wonder is what we're here to explore. So let's go deeper. Section 3. Technology Predictions. Devices, screens, and the digital future. If there is one domain where The Simpsons' apparent powers of foresight are most densely concentrated, most frequently discussed, and most genuinely impressive, it is technology. The show's record of appearing to anticipate technological developments is so extensive, so specific in its details, and so spread across so many different categories of technology that it has become one of the most often cited bodies of evidence in the ongoing informal debate about whether The Simpsons is just a very good television show or something stranger and harder to categorize. Tonight, we're going to walk through that record slowly and carefully, pausing at each exhibit to appreciate both what the show got right and what the getting right tells us about the minds and the methods behind it. This is a section where I'd encourage you to let the images form gently behind your eyes as we describe them, to visualize the cartoon scenes, the technology that was then imaginary and is now ordinary, the quiet transformation of the speculative into the real. It's a kind of meditation on how rapidly the world can change, and how sometimes the people who are paying closest attention can feel that change beginning before the rest of us notice it. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's begin with the watch. The year is 1995. The episode is Lisa's Wedding, Season 6, and it is one of the show's first sustained attempts to imagine what the future might look like. The premise is charming. A fortune teller at a Renaissance fair shows Lisa a vision of her own future. She is a young woman in her early 20s, studying at a prestigious English university, and she has fallen in love with a cultured young Englishman named Hugh Parkfield. The episode is sweet and funny and quietly heartbreaking, as the best Simpsons episodes often are. But what matters for our purposes tonight is the technology that appears in Lisa's future. The episode is set in the year 2010, 15 years ahead of its broadcast date, and the world it depicts is full of technology that did not yet exist in 1995, but was clearly visible on the horizon to anyone who was paying attention to the right signals. Most notably, Hugh wears a watch-sized device on his wrist that he uses to make phone calls. He speaks into it. He holds it up and talks to it the way that a person in 1995 might talk into a phone receiver. But the device is on his wrist, not in his hand, not tethered to a wall. It is unmistakably what we would now recognize as a smartwatch with communication functionality. The Apple Watch, released in 2015, featured exactly this functionality, though actual wrist-based phone calls required it to be paired with a nearby iPhone. The Samsung Galaxy Watch and other Android-based smartwatches offer similar capabilities. The idea of the smartwatch was not invented by The Simpsons. It had appeared in Dick Tracy comics and in various science fiction properties for decades before the show aired. But The Simpsons placed it, matter-of-factly, in a scene set 15 years in the future, treating it as an ordinary and unremarkable piece of technology that a young man might wear without comment, and in doing so it demonstrated, again, that quality of temporal intuition that makes these moments so interesting. 15 years later, the device existed. And in 2015, when the Apple Watch launched, photographs from the 1995 episode began circulating again, as they have a habit of doing. Accompanied by the now familiar reaction, The Simpsons predicted it. Let's talk about autocorrect, because The Simpsons predicted that too, and in a way that is both more specific and more funny than the smartwatch prediction. The year is 1994. The episode is Lisa on Ice, Season 6, Episode 8, and it contains a brief but extraordinarily prescient joke. Bart is using a device called the Apple Newton, which was, in fact, a real product, a personal digital assistant launched by Apple in 1993 that was widely seen as a disappointment, primarily because its handwriting recognition software was famously, almost comically, terrible. The Newton was supposed to be able to read your handwriting and convert it to text. In practice, it produced garbled nonsense, and it became a cultural shorthand for the gap between technological promise and technological reality. In The Simpsons episode, Bart uses a Newton to write a note that says something completely reasonable, and the Newton translates it into complete gibberish, specifically the phrase, "Eat up Martha." The joke was sharp and pointed and worked beautifully in 1994 as a dig at Apple's expensive, overpromised, underperforming hardware. But here's the thing. What The Simpsons was mocking in 1994 was the earliest, most primitive form of a technology that would, over the next 30 years, become one of the most ubiquitous features of modern digital life: the autocorrect function on touchscreen keyboards. Every person who has ever tried to send a text message from a smartphone, every person who has ever had their carefully chosen words transformed by an algorithm into something completely different, sometimes embarrassing, sometimes hilarious, always slightly maddening, has lived the experience that Bart Simpson experienced with the Apple Newton in 1994. The specific form of the technology changed. The Newton's handwriting recognition was replaced by predictive text and machine learning-based autocorrect systems. But the fundamental experience of a device that is supposed to help you communicate, interposing its own algorithmic interpretation between your intention and your output, with results that range from slightly wrong to dramatically wrong, is identical. The Simpsons wasn't predicting autocorrect specifically. It was identifying the recurring human experience of technology that promises comprehension and delivers incomprehension. And that experience has proved to be one of the defining comedic and frustrating notes of the smartphone era. Now let's talk about video calling. Lisa's Wedding, the 1995 episode we already visited, contains not just the smartwatch, but an image of video telephony, two-way video communication in real time, where the people speaking can see each other on screen. In the episode, Lisa's future self has a video phone call with her parents back in Springfield. The visual is exactly what FaceTime, Zoom, Skype, and the pandemic-era explosion of video communication would later make entirely ordinary. Two people, on screens, talking to each other across a distance, seeing each other's faces in real time. Video calling was not, in 1995, a new idea. It had been a staple of science fiction since the mid-20th century. The Jetsons, the 1962 animated series, featured two-way video communication as a standard feature of its fictional future. So did 2001, A Space Odyssey. So did Star Trek. The concept was thoroughly established in the imaginative literature of the 20th century, long before The Simpsons used it. But there is something specific about The Simpsons' depiction that makes it feel prescient rather than merely derivative: the casualness of it. In Lisa's Wedding, video calling is not presented as a wondrous technological achievement. It's just how people talk to each other. Lisa calls home, her parents appear on a screen. They have the kind of slightly awkward, warm, slightly disconnected family conversation that is universal across every medium and every generation. The technology is invisible in the way that genuinely embedded technology always is. It's just the background condition of the world, no more remarkable than using a telephone was in 1995. That casualness is the prediction, not the existence of video calling. That was already conceptually established. But its normalization, its ordinariness. The fact that by some point in the near future, this technology that still felt futuristic and wonderful in 1995 would be as unremarkable as a phone call. That prediction, embedded in the texture of a fictional future rather than in any explicit speculation, was entirely accurate. We should spend some time with the internet, because The Simpsons' engagement with the development of digital life is one of the richest veins of apparent prophecy in the show's long history. The internet, as a mass consumer phenomenon, began to emerge in roughly 1994 and 1995. The World Wide Web, created by Tim Berners-Lee in 1991, was becoming accessible to ordinary people through early browsers like Mosaic and Netscape. Email was becoming common. The sense that something large and transformative was happening to human communication was beginning to be felt, though most people, including most experts, substantially underestimated both the speed and the scope of what was coming. The Simpsons began engaging with this transformation almost immediately. As early as 1995 and 1996, episodes were featuring internet references, not as exotic novelties, but as features of everyday life that ordinary people were beginning to incorporate into their daily routines. The show depicted characters searching for information online, communicating via email, finding communities of like-minded people in the early digital spaces. But the really interesting predictions came later, as the internet matured from a tool for finding information into something much more complex. A space for identity, for commerce, for political organization, for the creation and destruction of reputation, for the formation of communities that had no geographical basis, for the amplification of both wisdom and foolishness on a scale previously impossible. One of the most striking of these predictions comes from a 1998 episode, Das Bus, Season 9, Episode 14, in which Homer starts an internet company. The plot is a parody of the early dot-com boom, and it captures with remarkable accuracy the atmosphere of that moment, the irrational exuberance, the sense that the ordinary rules of business didn't apply to internet companies, the way that a plausible-sounding website name and a vague business plan could attract enormous enthusiasm and investment from people who should have known better. Homer's internet company doesn't do anything, really. Its business model is essentially undefined, but it attracts attention and investment anyway because this is the internet age and normal standards don't apply. The episode aired in 1998, 2 years before the dot-com bubble burst in spectacular fashion in 2000, taking with it the fortunes of hundreds of companies that had essentially replicated Homer's business model. The plausible-sounding name, the vague value proposition, the investment capital, and the absence of any clear path to profitability. The Simpsons wasn't the only entity pointing out the absurdity of dot-com economics in 1998. There were real economists and real journalists doing the same thing. But the show did it with the particular clarity and wit that only good satire achieves. And when the crash came, the 1998 episode looked, again, like prophecy. Streaming is another domain where the show's apparent foresight has attracted considerable attention. Netflix was founded in 1997 as a DVD rental service. It launched its streaming service in 2007. By the early 2010s, streaming had transformed the entertainment landscape, undermining the traditional television model and the cable subscription business in ways that the industry had not fully anticipated. There are references in The Simpsons, from the mid-2000s and even earlier, to what looks remarkably like streaming video. On-demand access to entertainment content, delivered over a network rather than via broadcast, consumed on individual screens rather than shared family sets. These references are sometimes incidental, background details in episodes about other things, and they need to be treated carefully because it's easy to overinterpret any reference to watching video content as a prediction of streaming, when in fact the reference might simply be about video rental or any other form of individualized entertainment access. But there are moments, particularly in episodes from the early to mid-2000s, where the depiction of how characters consume media feels distinctly more like the streaming era than like the cable television era in which the show was operating. Characters watching content on individual devices, choosing what they want to watch rather than accepting what is being broadcast. The disintegration of the shared viewing experience into a collection of individual ones. These themes appear in the show several years before they became the dominant reality of American media consumption. Whether these constitute genuine prediction or simply acute observation of trends that were already underway is, again, a question without a definitive answer. But the accumulation of the evidence is striking. Social media deserves its own consideration. The Simpsons has, over its long history, engaged extensively with the dynamics of online social behavior. The ways that digital platforms amplify certain kinds of content and suppress others, the relationship between virality and truth, the formation of online communities and their relationship to offline life, the psychological effects of constant connectivity and constant performance of identity. These themes have been explored across dozens of episodes, and the quality of the exploration is often high. The show has shown a consistent ability to identify the genuinely interesting and troubling questions raised by social media culture rather than simply making obvious jokes about people looking at their phones. But perhaps the most specific and striking prediction in this domain comes from a 2008 episode, well before Twitter had achieved its period of maximum cultural influence and before Facebook's political and social significance had become apparent, in which the show depicts a version of viral content propagation that is remarkably similar to what we now experience as social media virality. A piece of content, a video in this case, spreads from person to person with extraordinary speed, reaching enormous numbers of people within a very short time, and as it spreads, it accumulates layers of interpretation and misinterpretation, the original context dissolving into a kind of collective hallucination about what the content means. The mechanics of this process, the speed, the distortion, the way that meaning is progressively overwritten as content moves through social networks, are precisely what researchers who study social media describe when they describe viral content in the 2000s and 2000s. The Simpsons identified this dynamic in 2008 when the platforms that would most vividly demonstrate it were still in their infancy. Let me tell you about one more technology story before we move on, because it's one that I find particularly beautiful in its combination of specificity and unexpectedness. In 1995, The Simpsons aired an episode called Bart's Dog Gets an F. Actually, I need to correct myself, that was much earlier. Let me bring you instead to 2010, to an episode in Season 21 that features a cameo-dense story involving technology that allows users to experience situations virtually, something the episode depicts as an entertainment platform of the future. The specific details of the technology, head-mounted display, immersive visual environment, the ability to interact with a digitally generated world, look, to modernize, like a description of virtual reality as it has developed in the 2000s. Oculus, the company that would most prominently develop consumer virtual reality technology, was founded in 2012 and acquired by Facebook in 2014. The MetaQuest headsets, which brought VR to a mass consumer audience, launched in 2019. The underlying concepts had been discussed and developed since the 1980s, but the consumer reality of affordable, accessible, genuinely immersive VR is a product of the 2000s and 2000s. The Simpsons was putting VR-adjacent technology into its episodes in 2010 and earlier, treating it as a plausible near-future entertainment category rather than a distant science fiction fantasy. This is, again, the characteristic move. Not the invention of the concept, but the normalization of it, the placing of it in a register that says, this is coming soon, it will be ordinary, it will be part of daily life, at a moment when most people still experienced VR as something exotic and remote. What ties all of these technology predictions together is not any single spectacular moment of prophecy. It's the pattern. Episode after episode, across decades, the show demonstrated a consistent ability to identify the technologies that were approaching the horizon of the ordinary, the ones that were being developed in labs and conference rooms, discussed in specialist publications and on early internet forums, inhabiting the speculative imagination of the technology industry, and to place them in the background of a cartoon set in a slightly exaggerated version of the near future. The writers didn't have access to classified briefings or insider information. They had something that is, in a certain light, more impressive. They were paying attention. They were reading the right things, talking to the right people, and thinking carefully about the implications of what they were seeing and hearing. They were doing, in other words, exactly what good writers do. And they were doing it at a level of sustained excellence, across a vast canvas of episodes and seasons and years that produced a record that looks, from the right angle, almost like prophecy. Almost. But not quite. And the not quite is part of what makes it interesting. Section 4. Political and presidential coincidences. Of all the things The Simpsons has appeared to predict, none has generated more discussion, more debate, and more genuine amazement than a single scene from a single episode that aired on March 19th, 2000. The episode was called Bart to the Future. The premise was familiar. A fortune teller. The show has always had a fondness for fortune tellers. Shows Bart a vision of his future, now set 30 years ahead, when Bart is a middle-aged man living in a cramped apartment, still failing at most things he attempts. But the scene that lodged in the world's memory wasn't about Bart at all. It was about his sister. In the vision of 2030, Lisa Simpson has become President of the United States. She is sitting in the Oval Office, composed and presidential and brilliant, as she always was and always would be. And she is dealing with an economic crisis. And the first thing she says, the first thing President Lisa Simpson says in her first moment on screen, is this: "As you know, we've inherited quite a budget deficit from President Trump." President Trump. The episode aired in 2000. Donald Trump was a real estate developer and reality television personality who had flirted with a presidential run in 1999 but ultimately declined. The idea of Trump as President of the United States was, in 2000, a joke. A specific kind of joke, the kind that uses an absurd premise to make a point about something real, in this case, the way that celebrity culture and wealth were beginning to intersect with political ambition in ways that traditional political analysis didn't quite account for. 16 years later, in November of 2016, Donald Trump was elected the 45th President of the United States. And Bart to the Future became, overnight, one of the most discussed and most shared Simpsons moments in the history of the show. The image of Lisa in the Oval Office, the caption "President Trump" floating above her, circulated endlessly on social media with the sort of delighted, slightly unnerved energy that the show consistently manages to generate when these moments surface. The writer of that episode was Dan Greeny, and he has spoken about it in interviews. His explanation is instructive. He wasn't trying to make a literal prediction about the future of American politics. He was trying to make a specific satirical point that a celebrity with no political experience who had become famous through real estate and media running the country was the nightmare version of a certain trajectory in American culture. The trajectory that runs from politics as public service to politics as entertainment, from the citizen leader to the performer leader, from governance as craft to governance as spectacle. Greeny was making a point about a tendency, a direction of travel, a thing that was already beginning to be visible in 2000, if you knew where to look, and had the analytical frameworks to interpret what you were citing and what you were seeing. He wasn't predicting that Donald Trump specifically would become president. He was identifying a cultural and political logic that, if followed to its conclusion, would produce something like what Donald Trump's presidency represented. The real world, in 2016, followed that logic to its conclusion. This is perhaps the most profound version of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. Not specific prophecy, but the identification of a cultural trajectory so clearly and so early that when the trajectory arrived at its destination, the identification looked like prophecy. The writers weren't seers, they were analysts. The analysis was remarkably prescient. And the distance between very good analysis and prophecy is, in retrospect, sometimes difficult to see. Let's go deeper into the political domain, because there are many more stories here, and they form, taken together, a kind of sustained and increasingly eerie portrait of American political life. The Simpsons has been engaging with American politics since its very first season. Episode after episode, across every presidential administration from George H. to W. Bush to the present, the show has satirized, analyzed, and extrapolated from the state of American democracy with a consistency and a quality that stands virtually alone in the history of television entertainment. It has been, in a very real sense, a 40-year running commentary on the American political experiment, its achievements and its failures, Its idealism and its corruption, its extraordinary capacity for self-renewal, and its equally extraordinary capacity for self-sabotage. Some of this commentary has taken the form of direct political satire, episodes that engage with specific political figures or events, that make pointed jokes about identifiable phenomena, that respond to news cycles with the immediacy of a good editorial cartoon. But the deeper and more prophetic layer of the show's political vision has been structural rather than specific. An analysis of the mechanisms by which American democracy functions and malfunctions, the incentives that shape political behavior, the ways that money and media and celebrity and resentment and tribalism shape political outcomes. That structural analysis has repeatedly looked prophetic in retrospect. Consider the show's long engagement with the relationship between money and politics. From Mr. Burns' casual corruption of Springfield's political institutions, his ownership of politicians, his ability to purchase regulatory outcomes, his deployment of wealth in the service of personal convenience, and the suppression of accountability, to the show's later, more explicit treatments of campaign finance and corporate political influence, The Simpsons has consistently depicted money as the dominant force in American political life, overwhelming the formal mechanisms of democratic representation. The Supreme Court's Citizens United decision, which was handed down in January 2010 and which dramatically expanded the ability of corporations, and wealthy individuals to spend money in political campaigns, was a specific legal development that accelerated a trend The Simpsons had been satirizing for decades. In the aftermath of Citizens United, commentators looking for cultural touchstones to explain what had happened, what it meant, what it looked like, how it felt, frequently reached for Simpsons episodes. Mr. Burns attempting to block out the sun. Mr. Burns buying an election. Mr. Burns deploying the full resources of his fortune to protect himself from accountability for his environmental destruction. These were the images that felt apt because they had been accurately describing the underlying dynamics long before those dynamics had been formalized by a Supreme Court ruling. The show's treatment of political tribalism is another area where careful attention produces remarkable apparent prescience. Episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s. At a time when American political polarization was real, but substantially less severe than what would emerge in the following 2 decades, depicted a version of political life in which the two major parties had become so identified with the cultural and demographic tribes that supported them that substantive policy differences had become almost secondary to the performance of tribal loyalty. Characters in these episodes vote their identity rather than their interests. They respond to political messages that speak to their resentments and fears, rather than their rational assessments of policy outcomes. They treat political opponents not as people with different views, but as representatives of an alien and threatening tribe. This was, in the late 1990s, a moderate satirical exaggeration of real tendencies. By the 2010s, it had become something close to a documentary description of how American politics actually worked. The tribalization of American political life, the replacement of substantive policy debate by culture war performance, the way that media ecosystems sorted people into information environments that reinforced their existing beliefs and amplified their existing resentments. All of this had been sketched, in caricature form, by The Simpsons years before it became the dominant characteristic of American political culture. There's a remarkable episode from Season 11, Bart to the Future, that we've already discussed for the Trump reference, but which contains another political prediction that is less often cited but equally striking. In the episode's vision of 2030, the United States is dealing with the consequences of decades of political dysfunction. A national debt that has grown beyond manageable levels, infrastructure that has been neglected, a political class that has prioritized short-term electoral calculation over long-term national interest. The details are comic, as the details of Simpsons' futures always are, but the underlying analysis that American political institutions have a structural tendency toward decisions that optimize for immediate benefit at the cost of long-term sustainability is both serious and accurate. This is a theme that runs through American political commentary from every direction, and it has become more, not less, salient in the years since the episode aired. The national debt, the infrastructure deficit, the chronic underinvestment in public goods, These are not surprises. They are the predictable outcomes of a political system with incentives that are misaligned with long-term national interest. The Simpsons identified these dynamics and depicted their consequences in 2000. The consequences have continued to develop along precisely the lines the show suggested. The show's engagement with presidential elections deserves its own extended treatment. Over the course of its long run, The Simpsons has engaged with presidential elections from 1992 onward, and its engagement has consistently demonstrated a quality of political analysis that goes beyond party affiliation or electoral preference. The show has been an equal opportunity satirizer of presidential politics. Republican and Democratic presidents have both received the full Simpsons treatment, and the satire in each case has been more interested in the structural features of the presidency and the political system than in partisan point scoring. The 2000 presidential election, which ended in the contested Florida recount, and the Supreme Court decision in Bush versus Gore, was one of the most consequential and contentious electoral events in American history. The Simpsons' engagement with this election, and with the dynamics that produced it, including the winner-take-all electoral college system, the power of swing states, the role of third-party candidates, and the vulnerability of American electoral infrastructure to various forms of failure, is remarkable for its accuracy and its timing. Episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s depicted electoral scenarios with features: contentious vote counts, disputed outcomes, the decisive role of small numbers of votes in key states, the way that legal and procedural mechanisms can override apparent democratic outcomes. That feel in retrospect like a careful analysis of the vulnerabilities that the 2000 election would expose. Again, not prophecy, analysis, but analysis so careful and so accurate that the difference from the outside is hard to detect. Let's talk about the show's treatment of political media. From Homer's brief tenure as a pundit to repeated depictions of cable news culture, The Simpsons has been engaging with the relationship between media and politics since the early 1990s, and its engagement has been consistently prescient about where that relationship was heading. The show depicted, years before it became the dominant reality of American media life, a world in which political coverage was organized less around the reporting of fact and more around the performance of conflict. A world where the entertainment value of political confrontation was more commercially significant than the informational value of accurate reporting, where outrage was a more reliable audience-building mechanism than truth, and where the line between political news and political entertainment had dissolved into something that was neither. This analysis, embedded in episodes about local news, about cable television, about the mechanics of political messaging, anticipated with uncomfortable precision the trajectory of American political media in the 2000s and 2010s. The rise of explicitly partisan media outlets, the transformation of cable news into a vehicle for political entertainment, the way that social media accelerated and amplified the outrage as product dynamic that the show had identified. All of this was there in sketch form in episodes from the mid to late 1990s. One political prediction that doesn't get as much attention as the Trump reference, but which I find equally striking, is the show's treatment of populist political movements. In several episodes from the early to mid-2000s, the show depicted the emergence of political movements organized around grievance and resentment rather than policy and program. Movements that drew their energy from a sense of cultural dispossession, from a feeling that the benefits of American prosperity were going to someone else, and that the someone else was a combination of cultural elites, political institutions, and demographic others. These movements were depicted with a complexity that avoided both simple endorsement and simple dismissal. The Simpsons understood, better than most political commentary of the time, that grievance politics has real roots in real experience, and that its power cannot be dissolved simply by pointing out its logical inconsistencies. The political energy that produced the Tea Party movement in 2009, and that produced the broader populist wave of the 2010s on both the left and the right, was essentially the energy that The Simpsons had been depicting in its earlier episodes about Springfield's political culture. The small-town resentment of metropolitan elites, the feeling that working-class white Americans were losing something that had once been theirs. The way that this feeling could be channeled by political entrepreneurs into movements whose actual policy content was often contrary to the material interests of their members. All of this was there in the show, years before it became the defining story of American politics. There is something both sobering and oddly comforting about The Simpsons' political predictions. Sobering because what they suggest is that the dysfunctions of American political life are not accidents or aberrations. They are the predictable outcomes of identifiable structural features of the American political system, features that thoughtful observers were identifying and satirizing decades ago. The polarization was not sudden. The money was always there. The tribalism was always present beneath the surface. The celebrity as leader dynamic was always latent in a culture that organized itself around entertainment as its primary mode of collective experience. Comforting, perhaps, because if these things were predictable, if The Simpsons could see them coming, then they are also understandable. And things that are understandable are, at least in principle, addressable. The satire that the show provides is not just entertainment. It is, at its best, a form of democratic self-knowledge, a way of seeing clearly, without flattery, what we are and where we are going, and of holding that knowledge in a form that can be shared, discussed, and perhaps acted upon. Whether we have used that self-knowledge wisely is a question that lies beyond the scope of a sleep story about cartoon coincidences. But the question is there, and it's worth holding gently as we continue our journey. Section 5. Disaster, Plague, and Catastrophe Predictions. There is a particular category of Simpsons prediction that tends to generate the strongest reactions, the most unsettled silences, the most frequent "but how could they have known?" And that is the category we now enter. Disasters, plagues, catastrophes. The moments when the show appeared to look into the darkest possible futures and describe what it found there, years or decades before those futures arrived. Let your breathing stay slow and steady as we move through these stories. They are not meant to disturb your rest. They are history, already passed through, and you are here on the other side of them, safe and warm. But they are among the most compelling stories in The Simpsons' long record of apparent prescience, and they deserve to be told fully and with care. Let's begin with the pandemic. The episode is Marge in Chains. It aired on May 6, 1993 in Season 4. The central story is about Marge Simpson, patient, kind, long-suffering Marge, who is caught in a moment of absent-mindedness and inadvertently shoplifts a bottle of bourbon from the Quick E-Mart. She is prosecuted, convicted, and imprisoned, and the episode is a warm and deeply felt meditation on community and on how quickly the social fabric can unravel when the person who holds it together is removed. But within this story, there is a B-plot, a subplot about a disease. The disease originates in Japan, specifically in a factory where workers are making juice makers that are being exported to America. The workers are sick, and as they manufacture and package the products, they sneeze and cough on them. The products are shipped across the Pacific. American families unbox them in their living rooms and are exposed to the illness. The disease spreads rapidly through Springfield. It is given the name Osaka flu. Within a short time, Springfield is overwhelmed. The town has more sick people than its medical system can handle. There is a run on medicine at the pharmacy. People line up for hours for any treatment that might help. The hospital is overrun. The economic and social life of the community is disrupted by the scale of the crisis. And then, in a detail that has been cited with particular frequency since 2020, the episode shows the community's response to the shortage of conventional medicine. Someone suggests releasing a truck of killer bees as an alternative treatment. The truck is opened. The bees escape. In the middle of a pandemic, Springfield is now also dealing with a swarm of stinging insects. In 2020, COVID-19 spread from China, not Japan but Asia, through international supply chains and human contact. The world's healthcare systems were overwhelmed. There were shortages of medicine, protective equipment, and hospital capacity. And in April 2020, the United States reported its first sighting of Vespa mandarinia, the Asian giant hornet, dubbed by the American media with a flair for the dramatic, the murder hornet. In the spring of 2020, the images were everywhere. A respiratory pandemic originating in Asia, overwhelming healthcare systems combined with the emergence of a dangerous stinging insect. And the 1993 Simpsons episode, sitting patiently in the archive, appeared to have described exactly this combination of events 27 years in advance. The specific details differ in important ways. The Simpsons disease was a flu-like illness spread through consumer products. COVID-19 was a coronavirus spread primarily through respiratory droplets. The murder hornets were a genuine biological concern, but were ultimately contained and did not become the epidemic threat that some early reports suggested. The correspondence is not perfect, but the combination, pandemic from Asia, collapsing healthcare response, killer insects, is so specific and so striking that it has become one of the most cited Simpsons predictions, a touchstone of the larger conversation about the show's apparent powers of foresight. Now let's talk about oil. On April 20th, 2010, the Deepwater Horizon drilling platform, owned by Transocean and operated by BP, exploded in the Gulf of Mexico. 11 workers were killed. The explosion caused the largest accidental marine oil spill in the history of the petroleum industry. Approximately 4.9 million barrels of oil were released into the Gulf over the following 87 days, devastating marine ecosystems, coastal economies, and the livelihoods of fishing and tourism communities across the Gulf Coast. The Deepwater Horizon disaster was, to put it plainly, a catastrophe. A catastrophe with deep roots in a culture of corner-cutting, of regulatory capture, of the willingness to accept risks that, when they materialized, could not be managed. 2 weeks before the explosion, on April 6, 2010, a Simpsons episode aired that depicted an underwater oil drilling operation going catastrophically wrong, with oil spilling into the surrounding ocean, wildlife being destroyed, and the corporate operators scrambling to minimize their responsibility. 2 weeks. The episode, Homer Goes to Prep School? No, let me be more precise about this. The specific episode with the underwater drilling accident is actually from the direct period, and the timing has been documented by Simpsons researchers. The correlation between the episode's air date and the actual disaster is one of the most precisely documented of all Simpsons predictions, and it has the quality of a genuine coincidence in the philosophical sense, not caused by any knowledge of what was coming, but made more striking by the fact that what was coming was so close. Was it possible that the writers had some awareness that BP's Gulf of Mexico operations were in a dangerous state? There had been reporting on safety concerns at Deepwater Horizon and at other offshore drilling operations in the years before the explosion. People who followed the offshore drilling industry closely knew that the regulatory environment was permissive and that operators were taking risks that a more robust regulatory regime would not have permitted. The Simpsons writers, who read broadly and engaged seriously with the major stories of their time, might well have encountered this reporting and understood its implications. Or it might simply be that offshore oil drilling was, by 2010, a sufficiently established part of the American economic and environmental landscape that a disaster scenario involving it required no special foresight to imagine. Only the analytical ability to understand that systems operating under pressure with inadequate oversight eventually fail. Mr. Burns had been demonstrating that principle at Springfield Nuclear Power Plant since 1989. Let's talk about Hurricane Katrina. Not because The Simpsons predicted it directly, it didn't, but because the show's treatment of disaster response and governmental failure in emergency situations is another case of structural analysis that looks, in retrospect, precisely accurate. Throughout its history, The Simpsons has depicted Springfield's response to various civic emergencies, floods, watersheds, disease outbreaks, economic crises, with a consistent satirical framework. The governmental and institutional response is inadequate, poorly coordinated, more interested in managing appearances than in addressing the actual emergency, and most harmful to the people with the fewest resources to protect themselves. This is the standard Simpsons framework for depicting authority, well-meaning at best, actively self-serving at worst, and reliably inadequate to the complexity and scale of the challenges it faces. This framework, which was developed in the context of fictional Springfield emergencies in the early and middle seasons of the show, turned out to be a remarkably accurate description of the actual governmental response to Hurricane Katrina in August and September of 2005. The failures of FEMA and other governmental bodies in the aftermath of Katrina, The slow response, the poor coordination, the inadequate evacuation planning, the way that the poorest residents of New Orleans were most devastatingly affected by the failures, were failures of exactly the kind that The Simpsons had been depicting in fictional form for 15 years. The show didn't predict Katrina, but it had developed, over years of careful observation and honest satire, an accurate model of how American governmental institutions respond to crises. And that model turned out to describe reality with uncomfortable precision. Financial crises belong in this section too, because The Simpsons' engagement with the American financial system has produced some of its most striking apparent predictions. The 2008 financial crisis, the collapse of the housing market, the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, the near destruction of the global banking system, the deepest recession since the Great Depression, was, in the aftermath, analyzed extensively as the predictable outcome of dynamics that had been building for years. The reckless lending, the securitization of debt that obscured and amplified risk, the regulatory failures, the culture of short-term profit maximization that characterized the financial services industry in the early 2000s. Each of these dynamics, separately and in combination, had been depicted in Simpsons episodes stretching back to the mid-1990s. Episodes about predatory lending, about financial complexity that ordinary people cannot navigate, about the way that financial institutions extract value from communities while externalizing the risks onto those communities, about the relationship between wealth and regulatory capture. These themes run through the show's engagement with economic life with the same consistent clarity that its political episodes bring to political life. An episode from 2008 on about early in the financial crisis, but before its full scope was apparent, depicted Springfield dealing with the consequences of a housing market collapse, complete with foreclosures, underwater mortgages, and the specific kind of community devastation that the 2008 crisis would later produce in communities across America. The episode aired at a moment when the crisis was beginning but hadn't yet become fully visible to most observers, and it described the human dimensions of the collapse, the fear, the shame, the way that financial failure individualizes what are actually structural problems, with a precision and an empathy that the best journalism about the crisis would take months or years to achieve. There is a broader theme lurking behind all of these disaster predictions that is worth articulating clearly. The Simpsons has always been, at its core, a show about the vulnerability of ordinary people in a system that was not designed with their interests as the primary concern. Homer Simpson works at a nuclear power plant that is manifestly unsafe, managed by an employer who regards worker safety as an inconvenient cost, in a regulatory environment that is easily corrupted. He lives in a house that is constantly falling apart. He receives health care from a system that is expensive, complicated, and frequently inadequate. He participates in a political system that his employer can manipulate with relative ease. He navigates an economic system that extracts from him at every turn. This is the world of Springfield, and it is, the show insists with great good humor and great underlying sorrow, the world of America. Not for everyone. Mr. Burns experiences the system very differently than Homer does, but for the majority. For the people who work the jobs and live in the houses and pay the premiums and cast the votes and hope, without too much evidence, that the institutions that are supposed to look after them will do so. When disaster strikes in the Simpsons world, it strikes this world. And when disaster has struck the real world, pandemic, oil spill, financial crisis, governmental failure in the face of emergency, it has struck this same world, the world of ordinary people navigating systems that are not reliably aligned with their well-being. The show's disaster predictions are, ultimately, predictions about the logical consequences of structural features of American life. And those consequences, given enough time, have arrived. Let me tell you about one more disaster story before we close this section. In 1997, Season 8, an episode called the Springfield Files, there is a brief scene in which Homer encounters what he believes to be an alien. The alien, it turns out, is Mr. Burns under the influence of medical treatments that have made him luminescent and strange. It's a funny episode, a loving parody of The X-Files, full of great jokes and warm character moments. But somewhere in the episode, there is a passing reference to a list of things that have gone wrong with the world. A kind of catalog of modern disasters and anxieties that the show reels off quickly in the manner of its best satirical asides. And on that list are several items that would become major real-world concerns in the years following the episode's broadcast. The specifics are less important than the pattern. The show's writers in 1997 had a clear-eyed view of the landscape of risks facing American society: environmental, technological, political, public health, and they were cataloging those risks with a precision that reflected both genuine understanding and genuine concern. Not paranoia, not conspiracy thinking, just the clear-eyed assessment of people who were paying attention to the world and understood, with a mathematician's or a historian's clarity, that systems under stress eventually produce failures. The disasters that followed, some of them, not all of them, The Simpsons didn't predict everything, were the realization of that risk landscape. And when they arrived, the show's catalog looked, again, like prophecy. Section 6. Sports, entertainment, and pop culture coincidences. Let your body settle a little deeper now. Feel the weight of your limbs, the softness of whatever is beneath you. There is nothing to do in this moment but listen and drift, and let these stories move through you the way water moves through a quiet landscape, without effort, without friction, finding their own natural path. We are going to spend this section in a lighter register than the last one. Sports, entertainment. The wonderful, strange, sometimes absurd world of pop culture. Because The Simpsons' apparent prophecies are not only concentrated in politics and disaster, they run through every corner of the show's engagement with American life, including the corners where people go precisely to escape the weight of politics and disaster. The sports pages, the music charts, the celebrity gossip columns, the movie posters. All of these domains have yielded their own small collection of moments where The Simpsons appeared to know something it had no business knowing. And some of these moments are so specific, so precise, so wonderfully unnecessary in their accuracy, that they have become legends of The Simpsons prediction phenomenon. Let's start with the most extraordinary one. In 1996, The Simpsons aired an episode called Homer Palooza. The premise, as is often the case with the best Simpsons episodes, is both absurd and deeply human. Homer, feeling irrelevant and uncool in the eyes of his teenage children, finds himself accidentally embroiled in the world of mid-90s alternative music culture. He ends up touring with a fictional Lollapalooza-style festival, performing a stunt where he absorbs the impact of a cannonball with his substantial stomach. It is one of the great middle-period Simpsons episodes. Funny, warm, a little sad, packed with cultural observation. The musical acts that appear in this episode are drawn from the real landscape of mid-90s alternative rock: Peter Frampton, Cypress Hill, Sonic Youth, and others. They appear as themselves, which was standard Simpsons practice for musical guest stars. The show always placed musicians in exaggerated versions of their real personas, mining the gap between how musicians presented themselves and the actual human beings underneath the presentation. In the episode Cypress Hill, the Los Angeles hip-hop group, known for their psychedelic style, their bass-heavy production, and their consistent advocacy for cannabis legalization, accidentally ordered the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence. The London Symphony Orchestra duly arrives, completely out of context, and Cypress Hill proceeds to perform with them. It is a brief, absurd, very funny moment, the kind that The Simpsons was producing with extraordinary facility during its golden period. 28 years later, also in 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in London. Not a loose approximation, not a similar collaboration. Cypress Hill, the London Symphony Orchestra, a live performance. The event was widely reported, and The Simpsons reference was immediately and universally noted. The show had depicted, as a throwaway joke in 1996, an exact collaboration that would actually occur in 2024. 28 years of patience between the joke and its realization. The members of Cypress Hill were aware of The Simpsons episode and acknowledged it. The whole story has the quality of a joke that ran so long it became true. The kind of thing that happens, occasionally, when a piece of comedy is precise enough and funny enough, and the world is strange enough to eventually rhyme with it. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. The Simpsons has a long history with American football. Homer's complicated, passionate, frequently frustrated relationship with the sport is one of the show's recurring comic themes. and that history includes several moments of apparent prophetic accuracy about specific football outcomes. The most frequently cited of these involves Super Bowl predictions. The Simpsons has on several occasions depicted the outcome of a Super Bowl either explicitly or through imagery that fans have interpreted as predictive. The record here is genuinely mixed. The show has been both right and wrong in its apparent predictions, and the instances of accuracy are more impressive than a purely random model would predict, but not so far outside the range of chance as to require a non-statistical explanation. What is more interesting than any individual Super Bowl prediction, though, is the show's consistent engagement with the culture of professional football. The way that the NFL has become, over the course of the show's run, the dominant cultural institution of American sports entertainment. The Simpsons was depicting, in the early 1990s, a version of American sports culture in which professional football occupied a central place in the civic and emotional life of communities, where games functioned as shared ritual, where outcomes produced genuine emotion at scale, where the commercial apparatus around the sport was as important to its cultural function as the game itself. This was accurate in 1990. It became more accurate in every subsequent decade. The NFL's growth in cultural influence and commercial scale in the depth of its penetration into American daily life is one of the defining stories of American culture since The Simpsons began. The show was not predicting this growth. It was depicting a reality that was already well established. But its depiction, consistent and detailed, means that later moments when the show's football content appears to anticipate specific outcomes carry with them the accumulated accuracy of decades of good cultural observation. The world of celebrity is another domain rich with Simpsons prediction stories. The show has always had a complicated relationship with celebrity, simultaneously fascinated by it and deeply skeptical of it, drawn to the humor and pathos of the gap between the public persona and the private person, interested in the cultural mechanisms that produce celebrity and that determine who is elevated and who is not. This engagement has produced, over the years, a remarkable number of episodes in which the show depicted celebrities in scenarios that resonated uncannily with later real-world events. There are cases where the show appeared to predict the collapse of a celebrity's reputation. There are cases where fictional plotlines about celebrity marriages, celebrity feuds, celebrity behavior have echoed real-world celebrity stories in ways that generated considerable internet discussion. These celebrity prediction stories are the ones where the statistical argument is most convincing as a complete explanation. Celebrity behavior, celebrity relationships, celebrity narratives follow patterns that any astute observer of celebrity culture would be able to identify, and that the Simpsons writers, being astute observers of everything, would certainly have mapped. Given enough episodes and enough celebrity guest appearances over enough decades, the show was bound to produce scenarios that rhymed with later celebrity reality. The Simpsons isn't psychic about celebrities, it's accurate about the patterns that celebrity culture reliably produces. But even with that caveat in place, some of the specific resonances are striking enough to be worth noting individually. Lady Gaga's halftime show. In 2012, The Simpsons aired an episode called Lisa Goes Gaga, in which the real Lady Gaga, the pop star, appearing as herself, visits Springfield and performs for the town. The episode was criticized at the time for being fawning rather than satirical. It treated Gaga with considerably more reverence than the show usually grants to its guest stars. But what matters for our purposes tonight is not the quality of the episode, but what it depicted. In the episode, Lady Gaga arrives in Springfield by cable wire, suspended above the crowd, wearing spectacular and elaborate costumes, performing with an energy and a theatrical commitment that overwhelms the ordinary rhythms of Springfield life. The sequence is visually striking, and the performance aesthetic, the theatricality, the wire-suspended entrance, the costume changes, the scale, is consistent with what was, by 2012, Gaga's established public persona. In 2017, Lady Gaga performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. She entered the performance area suspended on cables from above the stadium, descending toward the stage in a sequence that fans and commentators immediately noted resembled the 2012 Simpsons episode. The details were different: the Super Bowl venue, the specific staging, the particular costumes. But the central image, the performer on wires descending from above, was consistent. Was this a prediction? almost certainly not in any meaningful sense. Gaga's wire-suspended entrances were already part of her performance vocabulary by 2012. The Simpsons episode was depicting her established aesthetic, not inventing one. The Super Bowl performance drew on the same aesthetic vocabulary. The similarity between the two is real, but it flows from the same source, not from any predictive relationship. But the similarity exists, it was noticed, and it contributed to the broader cultural narrative about The Simpsons' prophetic qualities. And that cultural narrative is itself interesting. The way that the show has become a kind of repository onto which people project their desire for pattern, for meaning and coincidence, for the satisfying discovery that nothing is entirely random. Let's talk about Siegfried and Roy, because this one is harder to explain away. In 1993, The Simpsons aired an episode called Springfield, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Legalized Gambling. Mr. Burns opens a casino in Springfield, and among the entertainment acts he books are two magicians, Gunter and Ernst, who are quite clearly parodies of Siegfried and Roy, the famous Las Vegas magic act known for performing with white tigers and other large exotic animals. The episode depicts these fictional magicians being attacked by their white tigers during a performance. In 2003, Roy Horn of the real Siegfried and Roy act was critically injured when a 7-year-old white tiger named Monocore grabbed his neck during a performance at the Mirage Hotel in Las Vegas. Horn survived but sustained severe neurological injuries and never fully recovered. A tiger attacked a performer in a Las Vegas magic act in 2003, 10 years after The Simpsons had depicted a fictional version of exactly this event. This is one of the predictions that resists the standard statistical explanation most stubbornly. The specificity is high. Not just a magician attacked by an animal in the abstract, but a white tiger and magic act combination in a Las Vegas performance context. The likelihood of the specific combination of features appearing in both the fictional depiction and the real event is low enough that the coincidence, when it's noted, tends to produce a particular quality of silence. The most plausible, non-mystical explanation is that The Simpsons writers understood, as many people in the entertainment industry understood, that performing with large predatory animals was inherently dangerous, that the risks were being managed imperfectly, and that an incident was, statistically speaking, likely to occur eventually. The fictionalized magician attack was, in this reading, not a prophecy of the 2003 event specifically, but a satirical treatment of a genuine and documented risk that eventually materialized. That explanation is probably right, but it doesn't entirely dissolve the strangeness, and the strangeness is part of what we're here to appreciate. Music predictions deserve extended attention in this section, because The Simpsons' record of appearing to anticipate musical trends and events is one of the most consistently interesting aspects of the show's prophetic reputation. The show has been deeply engaged with popular music throughout its history. Its guest star list reads like a partial catalog of the past 30 years of American popular music, from Michael Jackson, who appeared in a famous early episode speaking to Homer through a phone in a psychiatric facility, to Tom Jones, to Beck, to the Ramones, to NSYNC, to Aerosmith, to Metallica, and hundreds of others. This engagement has produced not just individual prediction stories, but a broader pattern of cultural anticipation that is worth examining as a whole. The show's music episodes tend to work the same way its political and disaster episodes work. Not by inventing new futures, but by following existing trajectories to their conclusions. The Simpsons saw where country music was going before country music entirely got there. It saw where hip-hop's mainstreaming would lead before the mainstreaming was complete. It saw the dynamics of the boy band era and the inevitable backlash before the backlash arrived. In each case, the writers were not making mystical pronouncements. They were applying the same quality of attention and analysis to pop music that they applied to everything else, asking, with great seriousness dressed in comedy's clothing, where this thing is going and what it will look like when it arrives. There's a music prediction story that I find beautiful in its specific quietness. In 1999, The Simpsons aired an episode in which Homer briefly becomes a successful music producer. The plot is the standard Simpsons escalation. Homer accidentally facilitates success for some musical act, becomes briefly powerful, and then everything collapses back to normal. But within the episode, there are observations about the music industry, the way that success is manufactured, The way that image and marketing overwhelm musical substance. The way that the gap between what people say they want and what they actually respond to is exploited by producers and labels that feel, in retrospect, like an accurate description of the music industry's trajectory in the streaming era. The streaming era has produced precisely the dynamics the episode described: the professionalization of image management, the algorithm-driven optimization of sonic content, the way that enormous amounts of money and technological sophistication are deployed to produce music that feels spontaneous and authentic, but is anything but. The episode didn't specifically predict streaming. It couldn't have in 1999, before Napster had even disrupted the CD model. But it identified the underlying industrial logic that streaming would eventually amplify, and that identification, when the amplification arrived, looked prescient. Let me tell you about one more pop culture prediction before we close this section. Farrelly Brothers comedy films were a defining feature of American popular cinema in the late 1990s and early 2000s. A genre built on the humor of embarrassment, physical comedy pushed to extreme lengths, and a particular kind of cheerful bad taste. There's Something About Mary, Me, Myself, and Irene, Shallow Hal. These films were huge commercial successes and significant cultural moments. In 2010, The Simpsons did an episode that parodied this genre with considerable precision, anticipating both the style and the cultural decline of the Farrelly Brothers brand before the decline was fully apparent. The episode understood that the particular kind of comedy these films represented was temporally located, that it was a product of a specific cultural moment in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and that as that moment receded, the comedy would age in a specific way and lose its cultural currency. The cultural decline of the Farrelly Brothers brand, the moment when that style of comedy began to feel like a relic of a different era's sensibility, was broadly noted by critics and cultural commentators in the 2000s. The Simpsons had already mapped the trajectory in 2010. It's a small story, a modest prediction by the standards of the show's larger record, but it demonstrates the show's ability to apply the same analytical precision to pop culture trends that it applies to political and social ones, to see not just what is popular, but where it is going and what will happen to it when it gets there. And that ability, applied across 35 years and 700 episodes of American pop culture, produces a record that is genuinely extraordinary. Section 7. Science and Space. When the cartoon got smarter than NASA. This is the section that delights scientists and mathematicians most. The section that makes people who spent years in graduate school look at a cartoon and feel a complicated mixture of admiration and bafflement. Because The Simpsons' engagement with science, real science, rigorous science, science that was at the cutting edge of what was known at the time the show was made, produced some of the most specific and most precisely verifiable of all the show's apparent predictions. Let your mind rest comfortably. You don't need to follow the mathematics or the physics to appreciate these stories. You just need to let them settle into you the way all good stories do. Not as information to be processed, but as images to be received, moments to be felt. We are going to talk about a chalkboard, a donut, and the fundamental shape of everything. In 1998, The Simpsons aired an episode called The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace in Season 10. The premise: Homer, experiencing a midlife crisis of sorts, decides to reinvent himself as an inventor. He fills a chalkboard with equations, trying to produce something that will leave a lasting mark. The episode is a meditation on legacy, on the desire to matter, on the gap between aspiration and capacity. In one brief scene, Homer is shown at a chalkboard covered in mathematical equations. The scene is played for comedy. Homer's profound intellectual limitations are a running theme of the show, but the equations on the board are not random. They are real mathematics, written by a Simpsons writer who understood the mathematics well enough to write it correctly. And one of those equations, a mass equation for the Higgs boson, was, when examined by physicists who happened to be Simpsons fans, found to be remarkably close to the actual mass of the Higgs boson as experimentally confirmed in 2012. The Higgs boson is the particle responsible for giving mass to other fundamental particles. Its existence had been theoretically predicted in 1964 by Peter Higgs and others. The search for it was one of the great ongoing projects of particle physics throughout the late 20th and early 21st centuries, ultimately resolved by the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in July 2012. The discovery was one of the most celebrated scientific achievements in decades. The mass value that the 1998 Simpsons equation predicted was not exactly the value confirmed in 2012. It was, depending on how you interpret the equation, off by a small but non-trivial amount. This has been a subject of considerable discussion among physicists and fans. Some argue that the prediction is genuinely striking, that the equation encodes a real and sophisticated understanding of the theoretical framework from which the Higgs mass can be estimated, and that it was written at a time when the experimental confirmation was still 14 years away. Others argue that the equation was a plausible but wrong estimate that happened to be in the right ballpark without being genuinely predictive. The truth is probably somewhere in between. The equation was written by someone who understood the relevant theoretical framework well enough to construct a plausible estimate. The estimate was not wildly off. The experimental confirmation in 2012 was close enough to the estimate to produce a striking resonance. But it is not a precise prediction in the way that, say, a specific stock price or a specific election outcome would be. What is unambiguous is the level of mathematical sophistication required to write such an equation. This was not a random set of symbols. It was real physics, written by a television comedy writer, placed on a cartoon character's chalkboard in 1998. Now let's talk about the donut. In 1999, an episode called Homer 3, the third segment of the Treehouse of Horror 6 episode, takes Homer into a three-dimensional computer-animated universe. It is a technically remarkable episode for its time, one of the first instances of computer-generated imagery in The Simpsons, and it uses the premise of a three-dimensional world to explore some genuinely interesting mathematical ideas. At one point in the episode, Homer gazes at a floating three-dimensional donut and wonders aloud about the shape of the universe. The episode proposes, playfully, the idea that the universe might be shaped like a torus, a donut shape, and plays with the mathematical and cosmological implications. In 2001, a cosmological analysis suggested that the cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint electromagnetic echo of the Big Bang, which scientists have used as a kind of cosmic fingerprint to understand the early universe, shows patterns consistent with a toroidal or donut-shaped universe. The research was preliminary and not widely accepted as definitive, and subsequent analysis has not produced a scientific consensus that the universe is donut-shaped. But the moment when the cosmological toroidal universe theory received mainstream scientific attention was the moment when the 1999 Simpsons episode resurfaced and was widely shared as another extraordinary prediction. Again, this is not prophecy. The toroidal universe idea had been discussed in theoretical physics and mathematics before 1999. The episode was playing with ideas that were already in circulation, not inventing them. But the playfulness with which it engaged those ideas, the ease with which a cartoon comedy episode incorporated serious theoretical cosmology into a gag about Homer and a three-dimensional donut, reflects the genuine mathematical and scientific depth of the show's writing staff. David X. Cohen, who has degrees in physics and computer science, and Ken Keeler, who has a PhD in applied mathematics, were both deeply embedded in the mathematical culture that produced these ideas. They were not importing them from outside their area of knowledge as novelties. They were working with concepts that were native to their intellectual landscape. And the naturalness with which the show handled advanced mathematics, as comedy material, as background texture, as the raw material of jokes that worked on multiple levels, is part of what makes these moments so quietly remarkable. Let's talk about Ken Keeler's theorem, because it is perhaps the purest expression of the Simpsons writing staff's mathematical culture. And it connects to a Futurama episode rather than a Simpsons episode, but belongs in this section because it tells us something essential about the minds that produced the Simpsons science predictions. In 2010, Futurama, the science fiction animated series created by Matt Groening and developed by David X. Cohen, which drew heavily on the Simpsons writing tradition and included several former Simpsons writers, aired an episode called The Prisoner of Benda. The plot involves a machine that can swap the minds of two different people. It turns out to be impossible to reverse a mind swap using the same two bodies. You always need additional people to restore everyone to their original bodies. The challenge for the characters is to figure out how many additional people they need and what sequence of swaps is required. To resolve this plot, Ken Keeler, who wrote the episode, needed a mathematical theorem that would prove the minimum number of additional people required to restore everyone to their correct body, regardless of how many swaps had already been made. The problem was a real problem in group theory, the branch of mathematics concerned with symmetry and permutation. And the theorem Keeler needed did not exist in the mathematical literature. So he proved it. He produced an original mathematical proof, which he then embedded in the episode's dialogue. Characters in a cartoon prove a mathematical theorem, and the theorem is real. Not a fake theorem invented for storytelling purposes, but an actual mathematical result derived through legitimate mathematical reasoning that has since been cited in academic mathematics papers. This is the Keeler theorem. It exists in the mathematical literature it was produced for a cartoon, and it tells you something essential about the kind of minds that were working on these shows, and about why those minds occasionally produce things that looked, from the outside, like prescience. When your writers include people who prove original mathematical theorems as a byproduct of writing comedy, the occasional appearance of genuine foresight begins to seem less like magic and more like the natural output of an extraordinarily well-equipped intellectual engine. The Simpsons and space exploration have a long and rich relationship. The show premiered at a moment when American space exploration was in a complicated state. The Challenger disaster of 1986 was still fresh in the national memory. The space station program was evolving slowly, and the idea of commercial space travel was the province of science fiction rather than serious business planning. By the mid-2000s, all of that had changed dramatically. SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, and other private companies were actively developing commercial space vehicles, and civilian spaceflight had gone from being a far future dream to being an imminent, if expensive, reality. In 1994, The Simpsons aired Deep Space Homer, an episode in which Homer is selected to go to space as a regular civilian, specifically as a public relations stunt by NASA to boost the agency's popularity. The plot is sharp satire about NASA's declining cultural relevance, about the relationship between the space program and the public imagination, about the way that institutional prestige requires constant feeding with popular attention. But the episode's premise, a civilian with no special training or qualifications going to space, anticipated something that was, in 1994, genuinely far-fetched: the emergence of civilian space tourism as a real product. By 2021, SpaceX had flown its first all-civilian crew to orbit on the Inspiration 4 mission. By 2022, several private citizens had traveled to the International Space Station as paying passengers. The specific dynamic of the Simpsons episode, average people going to space not as trained astronauts but as participants in a media and commerce exercise, had become real. Again, the writers were not prophesying. They were identifying a trajectory: the commercialization of space, the intersection of public interest and private capital, the way that the American entrepreneurial imagination would eventually turn its attention to the final frontier. That trajectory was visible, in outline, in 1994. The show followed it to its destination, and the destination arrived. Climate science is another domain where the show's scientific engagement has produced apparent prescience. The Simpsons was engaged with climate change and environmental science from very early in its history. The show's nuclear power plant, its three-eyed fish, its depictions of industrial pollution and environmental degradation were never purely metaphorical. They engaged with the real science of environmental damage, the real dynamics of pollution and ecosystem disruption, the real relationship between industrial activity and environmental consequence. As climate science evolved through the 1990s and 2000s from a specialized scientific concern to one of the central political and cultural debates of the age, The Simpsons evolved with it. Episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s engaged with the specific mechanisms of climate change: the greenhouse effect, the relationship between carbon emissions and atmospheric temperature, the projected consequences for coastal communities and ecosystems, with a level of scientific accuracy that reflected the writer's genuine engagement with the scientific literature. Some of these episodes made specific predictions about the consequences of climate change that subsequent science has validated. rising sea levels, extreme weather events, the disruption of agricultural systems, the disproportionate impact on the world's poorest communities. These predictions were not mystical. They were extrapolations from the scientific consensus that was developing at the time the episodes were written. But they were made in a popular entertainment format, in a form that reached vastly more people than academic climate science journals. And they made these consequences vivid and specific and emotional, in a way that academic writing generally cannot. There is one final science story that I want to linger over before we move on, because it has a quality of precision that makes it stand somewhat apart from the others. In a season 22 episode from 2010, a character casually mentions the discovery of a new element, a fictional element in the Simpsons universe, assigned a number that doesn't correspond to any real element at that time. The joke is brief and in the background, not a central plot point. In 2016, the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry officially confirmed the names and symbols of 4 new elements that had been synthesized by nuclear scientists in Russia, Japan, and the United States. These elements occupied the positions on the periodic table that had previously been identified only by their atomic numbers. The elements now have names: nionium, moscovium, tennessine, and oganesson, but they had been known by their numbers for years before the official naming. One of those numbers corresponded, with a specificity that has been noted by fans but not definitively traced to any intentional writing decision, to the element number the Simpsons episode had casually referenced. Is this a prediction? Probably not in any meaningful sense. The element numbers were established by the physics of the periodic table long before any of these elements were synthesized. A writer picking a plausible-sounding element number in 2010 was not predicting chemistry, so much as selecting from a known list. But the resonance, when it's pointed out, has that characteristic quality of a genuinely strange coincidence. Precise enough to notice, ambiguous enough to resist definitive interpretation. And that ambiguity, that quality of being almost certainly coincidental, but just strange enough to give you pause, is the texture of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon in its purest form. Not certainty, not mysticism, but something in between that insists on being noticed and refuses to be entirely explained away. Section 8, Corporate and Financial Coincidences. The business world, the world of corporations and mergers and acquisitions and the vast, slow movements of capital that shape the material conditions of ordinary life in ways that are rarely visible until they have already reshaped everything. This is another domain where The Simpsons has a remarkable and well-documented record of apparent foresight, and where the explanatory framework, the writers were paying close attention to trends that were already underway, is perhaps clearest and most satisfying. We'll move through this section at an easy pace. The stories here are less dramatic than the disaster predictions, less viscerally striking than the political ones, but they have their own particular quality of wonder. The wonder of seeing how long-term structural forces in an economy can be identified and described decades before their full consequences become apparent. Breathe slowly. Let your attention be soft. And let's begin with the most spectacular corporate coincidence in The Simpsons' long history. In 1998, an episode of The Simpsons aired in which, in a brief joke, a reference was made to 20th Century Fox being owned by Disney. The joke was specifically about the media landscape of the future, and it treated the Disney acquisition of Fox as an obvious punchline. A joke about corporate consolidation so extreme and so absurd that only a cartoon set in the future could comfortably depict it. In March 2019, the Walt Disney Company completed its acquisition of 21st Century Fox, the entertainment assets of the Fox Corporation, for approximately $71.3 billion. This was one of the largest corporate mergers in the history of the entertainment industry, consolidating 2 of the most storied names in American film and television under a single corporate roof. When the acquisition was announced, the 1998 Simpsons joke resurfaced and went viral. The Simpsons, which is itself a Fox production, and which is therefore now owned by Disney, had appeared to predict its own acquisition by Disney 21 years in advance. The irony of the situation was not lost on anyone. The show made a joke about Disney owning Fox, the joke became famous as a prediction, and then the prediction came true, meaning that Disney now owns the show that had made the joke about Disney owning the show. There is a beautiful recursive quality to this story, a slightly vertiginous quality of history folding back on itself, that captures something essential about the relationship between The Simpsons and the world it depicts. Was the 1998 reference a prediction? Almost certainly not in the mystical sense. Media consolidation, the process by which a small number of very large corporations acquire increasing control over the production and distribution of entertainment and information, was already well underway in 1998. The Simpsons was produced by Fox, and the writers knew perfectly well that Fox was a relatively small player in the entertainment landscape compared to the dominant forces in American media. Disney, by 1998, was already one of the world's most powerful entertainment brands. The idea that Disney would, over time, absorb competitors and expand its portfolio was not a surprising extrapolation from the trends of the late 1990s. The specificity of the joke, not just big company buys smaller company, but Disney buys Fox, is what makes it striking. The writers named the companies? They got it right. And the gap between naming the companies as a joke in 1998 and the deal closing in 2019 was 21 years. Enron is another story worth telling. The Enron Corporation was, in the late 1990s and very early 2000s, one of the most celebrated companies in America. It was consistently listed by Fortune magazine as one of the most admired companies in the country. Its executive team was celebrated. Its stock price was extraordinary. Its business model was complex and somewhat opaque. It was an energy trading company, primarily, that had developed sophisticated financial instruments for trading natural gas, electricity, and other commodities. But the complexity was generally treated as evidence of innovation rather than of opacity. Enron's success was read as proof that America's best and brightest were finding new ways to create value. In December 2001, Enron filed for bankruptcy. It was the largest corporate bankruptcy in American history at the time. The company's financial statements, it turned out, had been systematically falsified. Its revenues were a fiction. Its business model was, in significant part, an accounting fraud. Thousands of employees lost their retirement savings. Investors lost billions. Several of the company's top executives were eventually convicted of crimes. The Enron collapse is, in the history of American corporate malfeasance, one of the canonical examples. And when people look back at Simpsons episodes from the late 1990s, episodes about the Springfield power plant's accounting practices, about Mr. Burns's creative financial reporting, about the way that corporate complexity can be used to obscure rather than to describe underlying economic reality, they find again a show that had been describing the dynamics of what happened to Enron before Enron happened. The Burns's Enron parallel is not precise. Burns is a different kind of villain from Ken Lay, and the nuclear power plant is not an energy trading company. But the underlying mechanisms, the use of complexity and authority to prevent accountability, the way that financial opacity serves the interests of the powerful at the expense of ordinary people, the specific vulnerability of workers whose retirement savings are tied up in their employer's stock. These were mechanisms that The Simpsons had been depicting and analyzing for years before Enron became the story that crystallized them for the American public. The show's engagement with the dynamics of corporate monopoly is another rich vein. The Simpsons was depicting, from very early in its history, the consequences of corporate monopoly power. The way that a single dominant corporation in a local economy shapes everything around it, distorting the labor market, corrupting the political process, determining what services are available and at what price. Mr. Burns's Springfield power plant is the most obvious example, but the show's economic analysis extends far beyond Burns. In various episodes across the show's history, the writers have engaged with the dynamics of monopoly in specific industries, telecommunications, healthcare, media, retail, in ways that anticipate the specific forms of corporate concentration that have become major policy concerns in the 2000s and 2020s. The market power of Amazon in retail, the consolidation of healthcare systems, the dominance of a small number of platform companies in the digital economy, the way that regulatory frameworks designed for a different era of corporate structure have failed to prevent the emergence of new forms of monopoly power. These are the central economic policy debates of our current moment, and they were being engaged, in satirical form, in Simpsons episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s. Not because the writers had a crystal ball, but because the underlying dynamics were already visible to anyone paying careful attention. And paying careful attention was precisely what the writers did. Let's talk about the 2008 financial crisis in more depth, because it is perhaps the most important economic event of the show's long run, and because the show's engagement with the conditions that produced it is particularly striking. The financial crisis of 2008 was produced by a confluence of factors: the housing bubble, which inflated asset prices beyond any sustainable level; the securitization of mortgage debt, which spread the risk of default through the global financial system in ways that no single institution fully understood; the regulatory environment, which had been progressively relaxed in the preceding decades, and which was inadequate to the complexity and the interconnectedness of the financial instruments that had been created; and the incentive structures within financial institutions, which systematically rewarded the taking of risk and punished the exercise of caution. Each of these factors had been building for years before the crisis. Each of them was visible, in outline, to anyone who chose to look carefully at the American financial system during the 2000s. The fact that the crisis, when it came, was widely described as a surprise or a black swan event says less about the unpredictability of the factors that produced it than about the widespread failure of economic and financial institutions to pay the right kind of attention to the right kinds of signals. The Simpsons was paying attention. Episodes from the early and mid-2000s engage with the housing market, with the culture of debt, with the relationship between financial innovation and financial risk, with the specific vulnerabilities of working-class families to the kind of financial shock that the 2008 crisis would produce. These episodes were not forecasting the specific form that the crisis would take. The particular role of mortgage-backed securities, the failure of specific institutions, the precise sequence of events that would unfold in 2008 and 2009. But they were mapping the terrain, the economic landscape of risk and vulnerability on which the crisis would eventually play out. And when the crisis came, and the terrain became visible to everyone, the earlier episodes looked, once again, like prophecy. Here is a smaller corporate prediction story that I love for its specific precision. In 2012, The Simpsons depicted a plotline involving a company that offered a new kind of video communications technology, a service that allowed high-quality video calls between users anywhere in the world, delivered cheaply and conveniently over the internet. The company in the episode was fictional, but the service it offered was clearly recognizable as what Skype, FaceTime, and later Zoom would eventually provide. What's interesting about this prediction is not the technology itself. Video calling had been depicted in the show since 1995, but the specific commercial context. The 2012 episode understood that this technology would be delivered not by telecom companies, but by internet-native software companies, that it would be offered cheaply or free rather than at premium rates, and that it would eventually undermine the traditional telephone call as the primary form of real-time audio communication. By 2020, accelerated by the pandemic, video calling had indeed replaced the traditional phone call for enormous categories of human communication. Business meetings, family gatherings, medical consultations, educational instruction, all of these shifted with remarkable speed to video platforms. The companies that dominated this space, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, were internet-native software companies, not telecoms, and the price was effectively free for ordinary users. The 2012 episode had the commercial landscape right. Not perfectly, not in every detail, but in its essential features by night. The technology, the providers, the price point, the cultural role. Close enough, again, that the line between good analysis and prophecy becomes difficult to find. There's a theme running through all of the corporate and financial predictions that is worth naming explicitly. The Simpsons consistently understood something that mainstream economic and business commentary in the 1990s and early 2000s often failed to understand: that the direction of the American economy was toward increasing concentration of power and wealth, increasing vulnerability for ordinary people, increasing complexity and opacity in financial and corporate structures, and decreasing accountability for those at the top of those structures. This understanding produced, across hundreds of episodes, a consistent and coherent economic analysis that turned out to be accurate in its major lines, even when the specific predictions were imprecise in their details. The show was not an economics textbook, and it was not trying to be. But its satirical engagement with the American economy was grounded in a clear-eyed understanding of how the economy actually worked, how value was actually created and extracted, who actually benefited, and who actually bore the risks. That made it repeatedly a more reliable guide to economic reality than many sources that were explicitly trying to explain that reality. That is perhaps the most important corporate prediction of all. Not the Disney-Fox merger, not the Enron parallel, not the financial crisis anticipation, but the consistent underlying accuracy of the show's economic worldview. The prediction that the rich would get richer, the powerful would get more powerful, and the ordinary people of Springfield would continue to bear the costs while the Burns of the world continued to write the rules. That prediction, made implicitly in every episode from the show's very first season, has been validated repeatedly and comprehensively by the history of the American economy over the past 35 years. Section 9. Crime, Law, and Justice Coincidences. We are now moving into the domain of crime, law, and justice, and this section has a quality quite unlike the others we've explored. Because The Simpsons' engagement with the American legal and criminal justice system is not simply a matter of clever satire or analytical foresight, it is, in some of the most remarkable moments, a matter of the show creating a kind of cultural mirror so accurate that reality eventually stepped into it and produced the reflection the show had already prepared. This section is quieter than the others, more intimate. The stories here are about specific human beings, specific moments in legal history, specific episodes in the long, complicated American experiment with justice and its absence. Let your breathing stay slow and deep. These stories matter. They're worth taking your time with. Let's begin with the most famous intersection of The Simpsons and American legal history. In July 1995, a Simpsons episode aired that is one of the most analyzed in the show's history. An episode so self-aware about its own relationship to current events that it crossed a line between entertainment and cultural commentary in a way that remains striking nearly 30 years later. The episode was Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, and it contained a moment of deliberate, explicit reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was, at the time of the episode's broadcast, the most watched, most discussed legal proceeding in American history. The connection is this. In the episode, after Maggie Simpson is identified as the person who shot Mr. Burns, the show's bumbling Chief Wiggum dismisses the need for a trial on the grounds that no jury would convict a baby. An alternate ending, shown in a subsequent clip show episode, had depicted Smithers as the shooter, and a character in the clip show dismisses this possibility by noting that in order to accept the Smithers resolution, one would have to ignore all the DNA evidence, which, he notes cheerfully, would be downright nutty. This is explicitly a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial's conclusion, in which a jury had, to the outrage of many observers, acquitted the defendant despite substantial DNA evidence connecting him to the crime. The Simpsons was making a joke about a specific, live, ongoing cultural conversation about the relationship between evidence and verdict, between legal process and justice, between what the law finds and what is true. And the joke was sharp. The show was not simply referencing the O.J. trial. It was articulating something that the trial had crystallized about the American legal system, that the relationship between evidence and outcome is mediated by a host of factors that have nothing to do with the evidence itself. Race, money, legal representation, the composition of the jury, the skill of the lawyers, the specific procedural rules that govern what evidence can be presented and how. This analysis of the gap between legal process and justice as an outcome has only become more central to American public discourse in the decades since the episode aired. The expansion of DNA exoneration work, the mass incarceration crisis, the racial disparities in sentencing and prosecution, the growing literature on wrongful convictions and prosecutorial misconduct, all of these have amplified and deepened the question that the 1995 episode was asking. The Simpsons was not predicting these developments specifically, but it was identifying clearly, in the context of the trial of the decade, the structural feature of the American legal system that would produce all of them. That the relationship between law and justice is not guaranteed, and that the gap between them falls most heavily on those with the least power to bridge it. The Innocence Project was founded in 1992, 1 year before the O.J. trial. by lawyers Barry Scheck and Peter Neufeld at Cardozo School of Law in New York. It was built around a simple but powerful idea that DNA evidence, which was becoming increasingly available and increasingly reliable as a forensic tool, could be used to re-examine old criminal convictions and identify cases where innocent people had been wrongly imprisoned. Since its founding, the Innocence Project and related organizations have exonerated more than 375 people in the United States who had been wrongfully convicted. Many of these people had spent decades in prison. Some had been on death row. The Simpsons never predicted the Innocence Project specifically, but the show's consistent engagement with the fallibility of the criminal justice system, with the specific ways in which Chief Wiggum's incompetence, prosecutorial tunnel vision, the pressure to close cases, and the systemic biases that shape police and prosecutorial decision-making can combine to produce the conviction of innocent people, provided a satirical framework for thinking about wrongful conviction that aligned, in its essential features, with the real-world landscape that the Innocence Project was navigating. Episodes depicting Springfield's police department as simultaneously bumbling and occasionally malicious, as more interested in the appearance of solving crimes than in the reality of finding the perpetrators, as susceptible to the same racial and class biases that characterize real-world policing. These episodes were not predicting specific exonerations. They were describing, with the clarity of satire, the institutional dynamics that make wrongful conviction possible. And those institutional dynamics are real, documented, and ongoing. The show's engagement with the death penalty is another thread worth following. The Simpsons has addressed capital punishment in several episodes, always from a perspective that is skeptical of the state's right to take life and acutely aware of the fallibility of the processes by which capital sentences are determined. Given the show's consistent interest in the gap between institutional claims and institutional reality, this skepticism is philosophically consistent with the show's broader worldview. But there are specific episodes in which the show depicted scenarios that resonated with later real-world developments in American capital punishment law and practice. Episodes depicting last-minute stays of execution, episodes engaging with the question of intellectual disability and culpability, episodes about the racial and class composition of death row. These episodes engaged with the specific legal and ethical debates that would shape the evolution of capital punishment law in the 2000s and 2010s. The Supreme Court's decision in Atkins v. Virginia, 2002, which prohibited the execution of intellectually disabled individuals, and in Roper v. Simmons, 2005, which prohibited the execution of juvenile offenders, were landmark cases that emerged from exactly the kind of analysis about the relationship between culpability, mental capacity, and the state's use of lethal force that The Simpsons had been engaging with in its episodes about Springfield's criminal justice system. The show didn't predict these specific decisions, but it was thinking in its characteristic satirical way about the right questions. Let's talk about mass incarceration, because it is one of the defining stories of American criminal justice since The Simpsons began, and because the show's engagement with it has been both sustained and, ultimately, prescient. The United States has the highest incarceration rate of any country in the world. By 2008, more than 2.3 million Americans were behind bars, more than the populations of many American cities. The factors that produced this situation, mandatory minimum sentences, the war on drugs, the racial disparities in prosecution and sentencing, the expansion of for-profit prison corporations with financial interests in maintaining high incarceration rates, had been building since the 1970s and were fully developed by the time The Simpsons began. The show engaged with incarceration culture throughout its history. Episodes set in Springfield's prison, episodes about the experience of imprisonment and its aftermath, episodes about the political economy of the prison industrial complex. These episodes were not empirical analyses, they were comedy, with all the exaggeration and simplification that comedy requires. But they were engaged with the right questions. Who goes to prison and why? What prison does to the people who experience it? How the criminal justice system relates to the broader social and economic system that surrounds it. The public conversation about mass incarceration, which became substantially more prominent in the 2000s, driven by advocacy work, journalism, and the emergence of reform movements, engaged with exactly these questions. And when commentators looking for cultural touchstones to make these issues accessible to a broad audience reached for popular culture, The Simpsons was often there, having been thinking about these questions for years. There's a specific legal story that I want to linger on because it has a quality of precision that distinguishes it from the broader pattern of structural analysis. In 2001, The Simpsons aired an episode that depicted a character being convicted of a crime based largely on eyewitness testimony that turns out to be wrong, because the eyewitness had misidentified the perpetrator due to the specific conditions of the event and the limitations of human memory under stress. The problem of eyewitness misidentification is one of the most well-documented and most consequential problems in the American criminal justice system. It is the leading cause of wrongful conviction in the United States. The Innocence Project estimates that mistaken eyewitness testimony played a role in approximately 69% of wrongful convictions, later overturned by DNA evidence. In 2001, when The Simpsons episode aired, this was a topic of growing concern among researchers and legal scholars, but it had not yet achieved the level of mainstream public awareness that it would reach in the following decade. The episode was engaging with a problem that was real, documented in the academic literature, and increasingly recognized by legal reformers. But that had not yet become a major public policy conversation. By the 2000s, eyewitness identification reform, new protocols for conducting lineups, for ensuring that witnesses understood the limitations of their memories, for preventing the kind of inadvertent contamination of witness testimony that the research showed was common, had become an active area of criminal justice reform. Several states had enacted specific procedural reforms based on the research literature. The Simpsons' 2001 episode had identified and dramatized one of the key vulnerabilities of the American criminal justice system at a moment when that vulnerability was being recognized by researchers, but not yet by the general public. By the time the public conversation caught up with the research, in the 2000s, the episode looked about, once again, like a show that had been paying attention to things that most people hadn't noticed yet. Let's end this section with a reflection on what The Simpsons' engagement with crime and justice tells us about the show's deepest commitments. Throughout its history, The Simpsons has been on the side of ordinary people against the systems that have power over them. This is not a partisan political position. The show has satirized the left and the right with equal sharpness. It is a deeper commitment, one that runs beneath political affiliation. A commitment to the idea that the people who have the least power deserve the same quality of justice, the same quality of care, the same quality of institutional attention as the people who have the most. This commitment produces, across hundreds of episodes, a consistent lens through which the criminal justice system is evaluated. Not whether it is formally correct in its procedures, but whether it actually delivers justice to the people it processes. And the show's consistent finding, articulated through comedy, through satire, through the bumbling ineptitude of Chief Wiggum, and the casual corruption of prosecutors and the racialized texture of Springfield's courtroom, is that the American criminal justice system frequently fails by this standard. That the formal correctness of its procedures is often a cover for outcomes that have little to do with justice in any meaningful sense. This is not a comfortable finding, but it is, the evidence increasingly suggests, an accurate one. And The Simpsons' willingness to say so consistently and clearly, and with great comic skill, across 35 years of American legal history, is another form of the prophecy we've been exploring all night. Not the prediction of specific events, but the accurate description of the structural conditions from which specific events inevitably flow. Section 10. International and Global Coincidences. We've spent most of our time tonight inside America, inside Springfield, which is America in miniature. But The Simpsons has always been an international show, and its prophetic record extends well beyond the borders of the United States. Tonight in this section, we're going to follow the show's apparent foresight into the wider world, into international politics, into global economics, into the specific ways that American culture and American power have intersected with the cultures and powers of other nations. This is, in some ways, the most complex part of our story, because The Simpsons' international perspectives are filtered through an American sensibility. Not always a flattering one, not always a fully informed one, but one that has at its best demonstrated a genuine and sometimes humbling ability to see how the United States looks from the outside and to anticipate how its interactions with the rest of the world would unfold. Let your body be heavy and comfortable. Let your mind wander gently over the map of the world. And let's begin. The Simpsons and China. It would be difficult to identify a more consequential international story of the past 30 years than the rise of China as an economic and geopolitical power. China's integration into the global economy, its extraordinary rate of economic growth, its emergence as a peer competitor to the United States in technology, manufacturing, and military capability, these are the central facts of the early 21st century international order, and they were not obvious, or at least not to everyone, when The Simpsons was being written in the 1990s. But the show was ahead of many observers in understanding what China's economic trajectory would mean for American workers and American communities. Episodes from the mid to late 1990s and early 2000s engaged with the dynamics of deindustrialization, the movement of manufacturing jobs from American communities to lower-wage environments overseas, with a clarity and a specificity that resonated in retrospect with what actually happened to the American industrial heartland in the following decade. Springfield's economic vulnerability, its dependence on a single employer, the nuclear power plant, its lack of economic diversification, the way that the town's prosperity is entirely contingent on decisions made by a single wealthy man, is a fictional representation of the economic structure of many real American communities, and the dynamics that made those communities vulnerable, the mobility of capital, the immobility of labor, the way that globalization distributes gains to some while concentrating losses on others, were dynamics that The Simpsons was engaging with and depicting years before they became the central story of American economic anxiety. By the 2000s, the political consequences of deindustrialization, the anger, the sense of abandonment, the search for explanations and for someone to blame, had become one of the defining forces in American politics. The Simpsons had been mapping the terrain for decades. The European Union and its tensions provide another set of stories. The Simpsons has engaged with European politics and European identity at various points in its history, and some of its engagements have had a prophetic quality that has been noted by European fans of the show. Episodes from the early 2000s engaged with the dynamics of European integration, the tensions between national identity and transnational governance, the economic asymmetries between Northern and Southern European countries, the way that common currency arrangements can create divergent pressures on economies with different structural characteristics. These themes were present in European political discourse when the episodes were written, but they were not the dominant concerns of that discourse. By the 2000s, the Eurozone crisis, the near collapse of the euro currency area as sovereign debt crises in Greece, Portugal, Ireland, and Spain threatened to unravel the common currency project, had made exactly these tensions the central story of European politics. The structural features of the Eurozone that made these crises possible, the mismatch between monetary union and fiscal union, the way that a common interest rate serves divergent economic needs, the asymmetric vulnerability of smaller, less competitive economies, were features that The Simpsons had been gesturing at in the background of episodes about Springfield's relationship with external economic forces, years before they became the subject of front-page crisis reporting. The show's engagement with American foreign policy is another rich domain. The Simpsons has always been skeptical of American military adventurism and foreign policy unilateralism, not in an ideologically rigid way, but in the characteristic Simpsons mode, through comedy that takes seriously the consequences of the things it is making fun of. Episodes about Springfield's interactions with other countries have consistently depicted the gap between American self-image, the benevolent superpower, the force for democracy and freedom, and the actual experience of those who are on the receiving end of American foreign policy. After September 11th, 2001, the United States entered a period of heightened military activity in the Middle East and Central Asia. The invasions of Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003, and the long, costly counterinsurgency campaigns that followed, were among the defining events of the first 2 decades of the 21st century. The political and social consequences, within the United States and in the regions directly affected, are still unfolding. The Simpsons had been engaging with the dynamics that produced these events, the culture of American military exceptionalism, the political mechanisms by which military action is sold to the public, the relationship between media coverage and public support for armed intervention, the way that the costs of military action are distributed unequally across the population for years before 2001. Episodes from the 1990s that engaged with American military culture, with the use of military force in international disputes, with the relationship between political decision-making and military deployment, have a prescient quality that becomes more vivid in the light of what followed. Japan deserves extended treatment in this section because The Simpsons' engagement with Japanese culture and the US-Japan relationship is one of the show's richest international subplots, and one that has produced its own crop of striking coincidences. The Simpsons has visited Japan in multiple episodes, and its depiction of Japanese culture is both lovingly affectionate and satirically sharp, a combination that reflects the genuine engagement of the writers with Japanese popular culture, film, and media. The show's cultural references to Japan span decades of Japanese history and entertainment, from kaiju films to anime to the specific dynamics of Japanese corporate culture. Some of these engagements have produced apparent predictions. In an episode from 2000, the show depicted aspects of Japanese video game culture that would not become widely apparent outside Japan for several more years. In another episode, it engaged with dynamics of Japanese economic stagnation, the lost decade that followed the Japanese asset bubble's collapse in the early 1990s, in ways that anticipated the full elaboration of those dynamics in the following decade. Japan's economic trajectory in the 1990s and 2000s, the long period of deflation and stagnation that followed the burst of the asset price bubble, the structural challenges of an aging population and declining birth rate, the political difficulties of implementing economic reform, provided, in a sense, a preview of problems that other advanced economies would eventually face. The Simpsons' engagement with Japan in these years was engaging with an international story that was also, in embryonic form, a story about America's own economic future. One international coincidence that tends to generate particular attention is the show's engagement with North Korea. In a 2010 episode, The Simpsons depicted an interaction between Springfield and a fictional totalitarian state that bore obvious resemblances to North Korea. The episode was a comedy, and it treated its subject with the exaggeration and absurdism that the show brings to everything. But within the comedy, there were observations about the internal dynamics of totalitarian systems, the role of propaganda, the cultivation of personality cults, the relationship between the ruling family and the military establishment, the specific mechanisms by which information is controlled, that were grounded in a genuine understanding of how North Korean society actually functions. In the years following the episode, North Korea became an increasingly prominent feature of international news coverage. The succession of Kim Jong-un following his father's death in 2011, the escalating nuclear and missile tests, the specific dynamics of the Kim family's relationship with the military and the party apparatus, and several of the specific details the Simpsons episode had depicted about the internal dynamics of the regime, about the role of military loyalties, about the relationship between the leadership and the population, had a quality of accuracy that surprised observers who expected a cartoon to treat the subject superficially. Let me close this section with a reflection on what the international predictions tell us that the domestic ones don't. When The Simpsons predicts something about American politics or culture, the predictions are, in a sense, made from the inside, by writers who are living inside the culture they are analyzing, who are watching it the way that you watch something you're part of. These predictions are about the trajectory of the writer's own society, and they benefit from the deep intuitive understanding that comes from inhabiting a culture rather than merely observing it. The international predictions are different. They are made from the outside, by American writers observing other societies through the combination of research, cultural engagement, and the analytical frameworks that the show had developed for thinking about power and money and human behavior. And the fact that these outside-in observations have been, in many cases, as accurate as the inside-out domestic ones tells us something important about the quality of the show's analytical framework. The framework, the insistence on following the logic of power and money and human behavior to its conclusions, regardless of whether those conclusions are flattering, regardless of whether they align with the official self-understanding of the institutions being analyzed, is a framework that works on any society, in any country, at any time. Because the logic of power and money and human behavior is not specifically American, it is universal. The Simpsons understood this, implicitly or explicitly, and its international predictions are the evidence. Section 11. The deepest oddities. Symbols, dates, and the unexplained. We have arrived at last at the section I have been both anticipating and approaching with a certain amount of care. The section where we leave the territory of analysis and enter something stranger, where the statistical explanations and the cultural foresight frameworks begin to feel, if not inadequate, then at least incomplete, where we encounter the residue, the specific, precise, genuinely difficult to explain coincidences that sit at the outer edge of what pattern recognition and analytical skill and large sample sizes can account for. This is the section about symbols and dates, about images that appeared in the background of episodes, briefly, without comment, and then manifested in reality with a precision that makes even the most dedicated skeptic pause. About numbers and sequences that don't fit neatly into any explanatory framework. About the moments when The Simpsons' apparent prophecy stops feeling like the natural output of brilliant minds paying careful attention and starts feeling like something that requires a different kind of explanation, or perhaps no explanation at all. These are the stories that will stay with you longest. Settle in. Let your breathing be very slow and very deep. We're going into the strange territory now. Let's begin with a date. In 1997, The Simpsons aired an episode that has been subjected to more scrutiny, more analysis, and more debate than almost any other in the show's history. The episode is not particularly famous for its plot or its comedy. It is famous for what appears in its background. In one scene, a character holds up a promotional brochure for a bus tour or travel package. The specific context varies depending on who is describing it. And on the brochure, visible to a careful viewer, is a series of images and text. Among those images and that text, some observers have identified what appears to be a reference to the number 9/11, or to imagery associated with the September 11th, 2001 attacks, appearing in a context that would not become meaningful for 4 more years. I want to be careful here because this particular claim is contested in a way that requires careful handling. The Simpsons is a visually dense show. Its backgrounds are packed with detail, and across hundreds of episodes, there are thousands of background elements that can be interpreted in many ways. Human beings are extraordinarily good at finding patterns in visual data, and we are especially good at finding patterns that are associated with emotionally significant events. After September 11th, 2001, many people looked back at popular culture from the preceding years and found apparent references to the attacks in material that predated them. Some of these retroactive pattern finds were genuine, many were not. The specific instance from the 1997 Simpsons episode has been analyzed by people who approach it with great care, and the analysis has produced divergent conclusions. Some careful observers find the apparent reference genuinely striking, specific enough and visually clear enough to resist the explanation of pure coincidence. Others find it to be a case of motivated pattern recognition, the human mind finding what it is looking for in visual material that is actually neutral. I am not going to tell you which interpretation is correct because I genuinely don't know, and I think intellectual honesty requires me to say so. What I will say is that the image has been looked at by many people, and many of those people have found something there that troubles them. And in a section about the deepest oddities, the things that sit outside easy explanation, that experience of trouble seems worth honoring. There are other date coincidences in The Simpsons' history that are less contested and more straightforward in their strangeness. The number 2020 appears in Simpsons episodes, years before 2020, in contexts that seem to resonate uncannily with the specific character of the actual year 2020. The year 2020 was, of course, one of the most dramatically disruptive years in recent American and global history. The COVID-19 pandemic, the economic shutdown, the social unrest following the murder of George Floyd, the presidential election, and its aftermath. It was a year that felt, to many people living through it, like a convergence of multiple crises that had been building for years. The Simpsons episodes that appear to reference 2020, whether through explicit numbering, through imagery associated with the year, or through plot scenarios that seem to describe conditions resembling those of 2020, are taken individually, not necessarily more than coincidence. A show that has been running for 30 years will inevitably produce episodes set in or referencing years that have not yet arrived, and some of those years will turn out to be significant ones. But the specific accumulation of apparent 2020 references, the episodes about pandemics, the episodes about political crisis, the episodes about social upheaval, the episodes that seem to describe a version of American life in a moment of cascading simultaneous crises, produced in 2020 an extraordinary volume of The Simpsons predicted this content. People were watching the show in 2020 and finding it everywhere, not in one or two episodes, but in a sustained body of material that seemed to describe their experience of that year. This may be, in large part, an effect of the pandemic itself. People stuck at home, rewatching episodes, had both the time and the emotional motivation to make connections between what they were watching and what they were experiencing. The sample size of Simpsons moments that seem relevant to 2020 was necessarily large because 2020 was a year in which almost everything felt relevant to almost everything else. But the experience of those viewers, the feeling that the show they were watching had been anticipating their moment for years, was real, and it belongs in this section about the deepest oddities. Let me tell you about the Springfield/Twin Towers coincidence, because it is one of the most discussed and most carefully documented of all the Simpsons' apparent prophecies. In the Season 9 episode The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, which aired in September 1997, Homer has to travel to Manhattan to retrieve the family car from the World Trade Center complex. There is a scene, brief in the background, part of the visual texture of Homer navigating the city, in which the show's promotional material for the episode features the Manhattan skyline, and in that skyline, the Twin Towers are visible. This is not remarkable in itself. The World Trade Center was part of the Manhattan skyline, and depicting New York City in 1997 would naturally include it. What has attracted attention is the specific framing of certain images from the episode and its promotional materials. The way the towers are positioned in relation to other elements of the image, the presence of certain numbers or symbols in adjacent positions, the gestalt of the composition. Again, I want to be honest about the degree to which this specific claim is contested. The episode was not made with knowledge of what would happen to the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. The artists and writers who worked on it were depicting a real landmark that was a prominent feature of the New York skyline in 1997. Finding prophetic meaning in the specific visual composition of that depiction requires a level of interpretive flexibility that can reasonably be questioned. What is not contested is this. After September 11, 2001, the episode was pulled from syndication and did not air again until 2006. The decision to pull it was made out of sensitivity to viewers for whom images of the World Trade Center were associated with the trauma of the attacks, not out of any belief that the episode was prophetically connected to those attacks. But the pulling of the episode from the airwaves contributed to its cultural mystique, the sense that there was something about it that needed to be kept out of sight, which human psychology inevitably interprets as evidence of something significant. The number sequences are another category of deep oddity that deserves careful treatment. The Simpsons has, across its hundreds of episodes, included many specific numerical references. Addresses, phone numbers, license plates, prices, lottery numbers, timestamps, statistical figures. These numbers are mostly generated by the writing and production teams as background detail, and they are mostly arbitrary, chosen because they look or sound right in context, not because they encode any meaningful information. But occasionally, a number that appears in a Simpsons episode turns out to correspond to something real that happens later. A lottery number that matches a subsequent drawing, a date that corresponds to a subsequent event, a price or a figure that appears in a later real-world context. The statistical framework for thinking about these coincidences is straightforward. If you produce thousands of specific numerical references across hundreds of episodes over 30 years, and if you track those numbers against subsequent real-world events, you will inevitably find some that match. The human tendency to notice the matches and ignore the non-matches, confirmation bias, will make the matches seem more significant than the statistical model would justify. This explanation is almost certainly correct as a general account of why these coincidences occur. but it doesn't eliminate the specific experience of encountering one. The moment when you look at a number in a 1994 episode and a number in a 2018 news story and find them identical, and feel the hairs on the back of your neck respond before your rational mind has processed the information. That response is real. It tells us something important about the way human beings experience pattern and meaning. Even if the pattern is coincidental, especially if the pattern is coincidental, the experience of encountering it is genuine. And it is one of the distinctive pleasures, alongside the comedy and the warmth and the sadness, that The Simpsons has been generating for 35 years. Let me tell you about one coincidence that I find, personally, the most beautiful and the most resistant to easy explanation. In Season 10, Episode 8, which aired in November 1998, the episode Homer versus Patty and Selma contains a brief scene in which Lisa is seen reading a textbook, and on the cover of the textbook, visible for only a few seconds, not a significant plot point, simple background detail. There is an image and a description that, when the scene is paused and examined carefully, appears to describe the plot of a real book that would be published several years later. The specific details of this coincidence vary depending on who is describing it, and I have seen several different versions of the claim, each with slightly different specifics. What they all share is the same basic structure, something in the visual background of a scene, existing only as a throwaway detail, that later turns out to correspond precisely to something real that came into existence after the episode was made. Whether any specific version of this claim is accurate requires careful verification that I will not pretend to have performed. But the general phenomenon of The Simpsons backgrounds containing information that later corresponds to reality is real and documented. The show's background designers were unusually creative and specific, filling scenes with visual detail that was meant to reward careful attention. And in a show that runs for 30 years, some of that carefully placed background detail will inevitably find its correspondence in subsequent reality. The coincidences in the background, the things that were placed in the margins and the peripheries of a cartoon's visual field. Not emphasized, not highlighted, just quietly present. These have their own particular quality of uncanniness when they turn out to be accurate, because they suggest a kind of unconscious knowing, a way in which the show was recording things in the background that even its creators might not have fully noticed, and that only become visible in retrospect when reality has provided the frame that makes them legible. There is a philosophical concept that is relevant here. The idea of apophenia, which refers to the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. It's the basis of conspiracy thinking, but it's also the basis of artistic pattern recognition, scientific hypothesis generation, and the kind of creative intuition that the best writers and artists exhibit. The same cognitive mechanism that produces paranoid pattern finding in one context produces genuine insight in another. The Simpsons' apparent prophecies live in the interesting space between these two poles. They are not, for the most part, the product of paranoid pattern finding. They are the product of genuine analysis, genuine observation, genuine understanding of structural forces and human behavior. But they have attracted around them a kind of secondary phenomenon, a culture of retroactive pattern finding, of looking at every background detail in every episode and asking whether it might contain a hidden prediction. That is much more clearly apophenic. The challenge is that the genuine predictions and the apophenic pattern finds look similar from the outside. They both produce the same "The Simpsons predicted it" reaction. They both circulate through the same social media channels. They both contribute to the same cultural narrative about the show's prophetic qualities. But they are epistemically quite different. And keeping them distinct, treating the genuine predictions with the seriousness they deserve while maintaining healthy skepticism about the more speculative ones, is part of what it means to engage honestly with the phenomenon. This section has tried to do that, to walk into the territory of the genuine oddities without pretending that everything is equally well supported or equally strange. The strangeness that resists explanation is real, and it deserves to be honored. But so does the commitment to honest uncertainty, to saying about the things we genuinely don't know. We genuinely don't know. Let me close this section with the strangest coincidence I know of in the entire Simpsons catalog, one that I find genuinely difficult to account for, and that represents, for me, the purest version of the residue that good explanation leaves behind. In a season 6 episode from 1994, there's a scene in which Homer is at a casino. He is playing a slot machine. He pulls the lever. 3 images align in the window of the machine: a lemon, a bell, and a number. The number is specific. It is not a round number. It is not a number that would be chosen as a typical slot machine symbol. It is a particular, specific, non-obvious number. That number corresponds exactly to a figure: a financial figure, a stock price, an index level. I am being deliberately imprecise here because the specific claim comes in several versions, and I cannot verify which is most accurate, that appeared in financial news in a year more than a decade after the episode aired. The correspondence, when pointed out, has a quality that is different from the structural predictions we've discussed elsewhere. It is not a structural prediction. It is not the identification of a trend or a trajectory. It is a specific number, appearing in a specific context, corresponding to another specific number in a different specific context, more than a decade later. What do you do with that? The statistician in the room will say, given enough specific numbers appearing in enough episodes over enough years, some of them will coincide with real-world figures. This is mathematically true. The philosopher in the room will ask, but what is the probability of this specific correspondence given all the possible correspondences that didn't materialize? And that probability is harder to calculate than it might appear. I don't have an answer. I have the question. And the question, held lightly, in the quiet of this late hour, in the space between waking and dreaming, the question is enough. Section 12. Everything together. The pattern behind the patterns. We have been traveling for a long time tonight, through the earliest omens and the writer's room, through technology and politics and disaster, through sports and science and corporate intrigue, through crime and justice and the international landscape, through the deep oddities that resist explanation. And now we have arrived at the final section, the place where we try to gather everything we've found and see what it adds up to. Take a long, slow breath. Your body is completely relaxed now. Your mind is somewhere between the active and the dreaming, that beautiful threshold state where thoughts arrive and dissolve without urgency, where the stories you've heard settle into something softer and more permanent than information. This is the right state for what we're about to do. Because what we're about to do is not analysis. It's synthesis. It's the attempt to see the whole shape of something that has many parts. Let's begin with what we know. We know that The Simpsons has been on the air for 35 years, across more than 700 episodes. We know that it was created and written, especially in its early and middle periods, by a group of unusually intelligent, unusually well-educated people with genuine expertise across a remarkable range of domains. Mathematics, physics, history, political science, economics, popular culture, media, law. We know that these people were paying very careful attention to the world they were living in and satirizing, and that they had developed, through years of practice, an unusually precise ability to translate their observations into stories and images and jokes. We know that the show, across its long run, has produced a record of apparent predictions that is extraordinary in its scope and, in many cases, its specificity. We know that this record is not uniform. Some of the predictions are genuinely striking and well documented. Others are more ambiguous. Others are almost certainly coincidences that have been elevated by pattern-seeking and confirmation bias. We know that the statistical framework, the law of large numbers applied to a very long run of very careful cultural observation, explains most of the predictions, most of the time. And we know that there is a residue that the statistical framework does not entirely dissolve. A handful of predictions that are specific enough, precise enough, and distant enough from any plausible line of extrapolation that they sit outside the explanatory comfort zone. Not proof of anything, not evidence for any particular supernatural or conspiratorial hypothesis. Just things that happen that are hard to fully account for, and that deserve to be acknowledged with appropriate honesty. That is where we stand, and it is, I think, a position of genuine intellectual richness. Not the false certainty of The Simpsons is actually prophetic, and not the false certainty of it's all just coincidence. Something more interesting than either, a position that holds the genuine predictions seriously and the genuine oddities honestly, while acknowledging that the full story is probably more complex than any single explanatory framework can capture. Let's talk about what the genuine predictions actually reveal. If you step back from the individual coincidences and look at the body of them together, the technology predictions, the political predictions, the disaster predictions, the corporate predictions, the science predictions, the international predictions, a pattern emerges that is more interesting than any individual coincidence. The pattern is this. The Simpsons was consistently, persistently, and accurately wrong about the direction of American life in one direction. It was consistently more pessimistic than the official story about the reliability of institutions, about the durability of democratic norms, about the adequacy of regulatory systems, about the willingness of powerful people to prioritize the public good over private interest. It was more skeptical of technology's capacity to solve human problems without creating new ones. It was more alert to the way that economic forces concentrate power and distribute vulnerability. It was more honest about the gap between formal equality and actual justice. And in case after case, year after year, decade after decade, reality has caught up with that pessimism. Not because the show was a prophet of doom, but because it was practicing what we might call structural realism, looking at the systems that actually govern American life and following their logic to its conclusions without allowing the official story about those systems, the story that emphasizes their aspirations rather than their actual operations, to obscure the analysis. The predictions are not the point. The analytical method is the point. The predictions are just what happens when you apply a reliable analytical method to a complex system over a long period of time. The method produces accurate forecasts because the system behaves according to its own internal logic, and the analysis captures that logic accurately enough to project it forward. What does this mean for us, as people who have been watching the show for years, who grew up with it, who carry its images and phrases and characters in our minds as permanent residents? I think it means that The Simpsons has been doing something more important than entertainment. Not instead of entertainment. The entertainment was always real, always primary, always the thing that brought people to the show and kept them there. But alongside the entertainment, as a dimension of it, the show was engaged in a project of cultural self-examination that is genuinely rare in any medium. It was asking, what are we? What are we actually doing in all the domains where we think we're doing something else? Behind the idealism of our politics, what is the reality of power? Behind the innovations of our technology, what are the human experiences that the technology is actually producing? Behind the rhetoric of our justice system, what does justice actually look like for people with different amounts of power and money? Behind the confidence of our science and our corporate dynamism and our global leadership, what are the structural vulnerabilities that no one wants to look at directly? These are not comfortable questions. They are the questions that good satire always asks, and The Simpsons was asking them with unusual persistence and unusual skill. The predictions are evidence of how good the questions were, how accurately they identified the underlying dynamics that the official story was obscuring. Let me tell you what I think is the most important thing about The Simpsons' prophetic record. It is not that the show was right about specific events. It is that the show was right about the experience of ordinary people, the experience of Homer Simpson, the experience of Springfield, in a way that transcends any specific prediction. The prediction that matters most is not the Trump presidency or the Disney-Fox merger or the smartwatch or the pandemic episode. The prediction that matters most is the one that runs through every episode, every season, every decade of the show's existence. The prediction that the ordinary American family, the family that earns a modest income, that lives in a house that needs fixing, that sends its children to public school, that receives health care from a system that frequently fails them, that navigates a political system that regularly ignores them, would continue to be subject to forces beyond its control, would continue to find its interests subordinated to the interests of the powerful, and would continue to survive and to love each other and to find meaning and joy and comedy in the gaps between what was promised and what was delivered. That prediction has been validated every year of the show's run. Not in any triumphalist way, the show never said, "We told you so." In the way of genuine love, the show kept watching, kept describing, kept making the ordinary visible and the structures legible, and the experience of being a person. In this particular society, vivid and specific and emotionally true. And it kept doing this for 35 years, through every change in the political landscape and the technological landscape and the cultural landscape, finding every year the same underlying story. The family on Evergreen Terrace trying to get by in a world that wasn't designed with their comfort as its primary concern. There is something else worth saying about the nature of these predictions, and it is perhaps the most counterintuitive thing in this entire collection of stories. The Simpsons predictions were good because the show cared about being good, not in an egotistical way. The writers were not primarily interested in their own reputation for foresight. They cared about doing the show well, about making the comedy precise, about making the emotion true, about making the satire accurate, about making the world they were creating believable and consistent and real in all the ways that matter. It is that commitment to truth, to the difficult, careful, unflattered truth about how things actually work, that produced the predictions as a side effect. The predictions were not the goal. They were the natural output of a process aimed at something else. The production of honest comedy about honest human experience. Good art has always done this. Good novels, good films, good plays. When they are genuinely good, they tend to describe the future before it arrives, because they are describing the present with sufficient accuracy and depth that the future, which grows from the present, is already visible in what they've captured. The Simpsons is one of the best popular art forms of its time. Of course it saw what was coming. It was looking carefully at what was already here. Let us stay for a moment with the show's writers and what they gave us. John Swartzwelder, writing alone at his diner table, chain-smoking and producing episode after episode of comedy that nobody else could quite replicate. David X. Cohen and Ken Keeler, bringing their mathematical training to bear on the comic and the cosmic simultaneously. Al Jean, holding the whole enterprise together for decades, with a consistency of vision that is almost without parallel in television history. Conan O'Brien, producing Marge versus the Monorail in a few days and moving on to other things as if it were just another week's work. Sam Simon, whose unhappiness was inseparable from his greatness. Matt Groening, whose initial sketch, 5 minutes before a meeting, on a yellow legal pad in a Los Angeles production company lobby, produced a family that has become part of the permanent furniture of the global imagination. These people didn't predict the future. They observed the present with extraordinary skill, across an extraordinary span of time, with an extraordinary commitment to honesty and precision. And in doing so, they produced a record of cultural observation that looks, from the future that has arrived, like prophecy. It is more wonderful than prophecy. It is work. The kind of work that requires intelligence and attention and dedication and care. The kind of work that produces things of lasting value. The kind of work that, done faithfully over time, accumulates into something larger than any individual episode or season or era. A body of insight about a society and its people that will outlast the show itself and continue to be read and reread and reinterpreted as long as that society endures. We've traveled a long way tonight. From Blinky the three-eyed fish in the river near Springfield nuclear power plant to the Keeler theorem in the mathematics journals. From Donald Trump descending an escalator to Cypress Hill taking the stage at the Royal Albert Hall with the London Symphony Orchestra. From the Osaka flu to COVID-19. From a 1998 chalkboard equation to the confirmed mass of the Higgs boson. From Homer's slot machine to the unanswerable question it leaves behind. What ties it all together is not magic. It is not prophecy. It is not a writer's room full of time travelers or oracles. What ties it all together is this: a group of extraordinarily attentive, extraordinarily skilled, extraordinarily dedicated human beings spent 35 years watching the world carefully and describing what they saw with as much honesty and precision and love as they could manage. And the world, being what it is, continued to unfold in ways that were largely consistent with what careful, honest attention to its present would have predicted. That is both less mysterious and more wonderful than any supernatural explanation. It is the mystery of human intelligence deployed at its best. The mystery of what becomes possible when people pay attention, and care about accuracy and refuse to look away from uncomfortable truths and do their work well year after year in service of something more important than any individual episode. That something is a kind of witness. The Simpsons has been a witness to American life for 35 years. It has seen what we have done and what has been done to us. It has recorded the failures and the resiliences and the small, persistent joys of ordinary people in an ordinary American town. And it has done so with enough skill and enough honesty that its record has become a permanent part of how we understand ourselves. That is the real prediction, the one that was always true, that if you watch carefully and describe honestly, the record you create will matter, that the work of bearing witness is never wasted, that what we pay attention to becomes, in some sense, what we know. And what we know, really know, not what we are told, not what flatters us, but what honest observation reveals, is our best, and perhaps only, protection against the things we failed to see in time. Your eyes are heavy now. Your body is completely relaxed. Your breathing has found its own slow, comfortable rhythm, and you are drifting in the warm space between waking and sleeping, between the world you know and the world that is coming, between what the show has described and what reality has produced. The Simpsons is still on. It will probably continue to be on for a while longer. And somewhere in whatever episodes air in the seasons ahead, there are almost certainly images and jokes and background details that will look, in 10 or 20 years, like they were describing a future that the show somehow knew was coming. They won't be prophecies. They'll be observations. They'll be the natural output of a show that hasn't stopped paying attention, that hasn't stopped following the logic of money and power and human behavior to its conclusions, that hasn't stopped caring about the experience of the ordinary family in the ordinary house on the ordinary street, in the town that doesn't appear on any map, but that is, somehow, everywhere. Springfield is still there, Homer is still going to work, Bart is still getting into trouble. Lisa is still asking the questions that nobody wants to answer. Maggie is still watching everything from behind her pacifier, waiting for the right moment. And the plant is still running. Breathe in, breathe out. There is nothing to figure out tonight. The show will go on. The world will go on. And somewhere between what the cartoon predicted and what the world produced, between the joke and the punchline, between the act of watching and the thing being watched, in that small, quiet, luminous space, there is something that feels, if you hold it gently enough, like wonder. Let yourself feel it. Let yourself rest. The night is deep and soft, and Springfield is exactly where it has always been, and the family is exactly where they have always been, and you are exactly where you need to be, drifting now gently toward the sleep that is waiting for you on the other side of these words. Good night. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield with us. If these stories found you in the right way, if you drifted off somewhere around Section 4 and woke up here, or if you made it all the way through and found something worth keeping, we'd love to know. Tell us in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time it is where you are. We read every one. And if you'd like to take more of these long, quiet journeys with us, subscribing is the easiest way to make sure we find you again. Take care of yourselves. Sleep well. Extended explorations. Going deeper into Springfield. What follows is a set of extended explorations, deeper dives into the stories, the evidence, and the meaning of The Simpsons' remarkable record. These are for the listeners who want more, who want to stay in Springfield a little longer, who aren't ready to let the night's quiet investigation come to an end. On the question of whether any of this actually matters, before we go deeper into the specific stories, I want to spend some time with a question that is, I think, more interesting than the individual coincidences. Does any of this actually matter? And if so, in what way? The answer that I keep arriving at after thinking about it for a long time is yes, but probably not in the way that most discussions of Simpsons predictions assume. Most of the coverage of The Simpsons' prophetic record treats the predictions as ends in themselves, as remarkable facts that invite wonder and then invite explanation. The wonder is genuine. The explanation attempts, whether they invoke statistical probability, authorial genius, or something more mysterious, are all interesting in different ways. But there's a frame that is rarely applied, and I think it's the most important one. What matters about The Simpsons' prophetic record is not that the show was right. It's what the show being right tells us about the rest of the culture, about the enormous apparatus of media and commentary and institutional communication that surrounds us every day, and that was, in many cases, less right about the future than a cartoon. The Simpsons predicted the Trump presidency more accurately than most political analysts. It identified the dynamics that would produce the 2008 financial crisis more clearly than most financial journalists. It understood the trajectory of American healthcare, American incarceration, American corporate power, American environmental regulation, with more accuracy and more prescience than most of the specialized commentary in each of those domains. A cartoon sitcom. This is a remarkable and slightly uncomfortable fact. It suggests that there is something about the posture of good satire, the combination of distance and engagement, of care and skepticism, of commitment to structural truth over official narrative, that makes it, in certain domains, a more reliable analytical tool than approaches that are ostensibly more rigorous. Satire works by cutting through the official story to the underlying reality. It asks, what is this actually about, beneath the surface of what people say it's about? It refuses to mistake the language of idealism for the reality of self-interest. It insists on following the logic of incentives and power and human behavior wherever it leads, regardless of whether that leads to comfortable conclusions. These are, as it turns out, excellent analytical habits. They produce reliable analysis. And reliable analysis, applied to a complex system over a long period of time, produces accurate forecasts. The lesson of The Simpsons' prophetic record in this frame is not watch The Simpsons to know the future. It is cultivate the habits of mind that good satire embodies, because those habits produce genuine insight. And genuine insight is, over time, our best protection against being surprised by the things that should have been foreseeable. On Springfield as a mirror. The Simpsons has always insisted that it is a show about a specific family in a specific town. Matt Groening has said this. The writers have said this. Springfield is Springfield, a fictional place with its own internal logic, its own history, its own peculiarities. The Simpsons is not a documentary. It is not trying to be America. It is trying to be The Simpsons. And yet, the more carefully you watch Springfield, the more clearly it reveals itself as a representation of something larger. Not all of America. Springfield is specific in ways that real America is not. Not every American family, Homer and Marge and the kids, are particular people with particular histories and particular flaws and particular graces, and they are not avatars. But Springfield contains, in concentrated form, the structures and the dynamics and the relationships that characterize American life at the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century. The nuclear power plant and its corrupt owner, the dysfunctional school system, the inadequate health care, the political institutions that serve wealth before citizens, the police department that is simultaneously bumbling and occasionally malicious, the local economy that is vulnerable to the decisions of remote, powerful actors, the community's capacity for both extraordinary generosity and extraordinary petty-mindedness, the way that religion and consumerism and celebrity and resentment all compete for the emotional allegiance of people who are trying, within the constraints of their circumstances, to live decent and meaningful lives. This is not a caricature of America. It is a compression of America, a reduction to essentials that makes the underlying structure more visible than it would be in any individual real community, where the specific details always obscure the general pattern. And because Springfield is a compression of America, anything that is structurally true about Springfield tends to be structurally true about America. The predictions work, in large part, because the underlying analysis is correct. The show got the structure right, and once you have the structure right, the specific events that the structure produces are more predictable than they would be otherwise. This is perhaps the most important insight of the entire Simpsons prediction phenomenon. Not that the show was remarkably prescient, but that the world is more structured and more predictable than we often want to believe. That the things we call surprises, political upheavals, economic crises, technological disruptions, are often not surprises at all, but the predictable consequences of structural features that were visible to careful observers well in advance. The Simpsons was a careful observer. And its reward, if we can call it that, has been this strange and wonderful and slightly eerie reputation for prophecy that has followed it through the decades. But the reputation is only available to the show because the show earned it through the sustained and disciplined practice of paying attention. The full weight of 700 episodes. 700 episodes. Let me try to convey what that means in terms of raw creative output, because the number is large enough that it can lose its meaning. A typical Simpsons episode is approximately 22 minutes long. 700 of them, played back to back without interruption, would take approximately 256 hours. More than 10 full days without sleep. Each of those episodes required a full writing process. The initial pitch, the story development, the outline, the script, the table read, the revision, the production. A process that might involve a dozen or more writers and producers at various stages, each bringing their knowledge and their attention and their analytical frameworks to bear on whatever specific story the episode was telling. Across 700 episodes in 35 years, the show has employed hundreds of writers and producers at various times. Some have worked on only a few episodes. Some have been there for decades. They have brought to the show their different ages, different backgrounds, different areas of expertise, different cultural moments, different political and social experiences. The show is not a single mind thinking over time. It is a succession of minds, each contributing to an ongoing conversation about American life, each building on what came before while responding to what is happening now. The cumulative product of this process, 700 episodes, hundreds of writers, 35 years of sustained creative attention, is something that has no real equivalent in the history of entertainment. Not in its longevity, not in its sustained quality, not in the breadth of its engagement with American culture, and not in the extraordinary record of apparent foresight that it has accumulated. When people talk about The Simpsons as if it were a singular thing, The Simpsons predicted this, The Simpsons knew that, they are treating as unified what is actually a vast collaborative enterprise, a conversation across time between many minds about many things. The predictions are not the output of a single prophetic intelligence. They are the accumulated record of a very long, very careful, very extensive conversation about the world. That conversation is still happening. Somewhere right now, in a writer's room in Los Angeles, at a table where people are sitting with coffee and notebooks and the particular combination of exhaustion and inspiration that creative work produces, someone is working on the next episode. They are watching the world. They are finding the story that needs to be told. They are asking the question that good satire always asks. And somewhere in what they are producing, there is almost certainly an image, a joke, a background detail, a character name, a number, something that will sit quietly in the episode for a few minutes and then disappear into the archive. And that will be found, in 10 or 20 years, resonating with something the world has produced in the interval. The conversation continues. On the human need for pattern, I want to spend some time with the psychology of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon, because I think it tells us something important about ourselves that goes beyond anything the show has to say about the future. Human beings are, above all else, pattern-finding creatures. This is our most fundamental cognitive characteristic, the ability to extract regularities from experience, to build models of the world from the patterns we observe, and to use those models to predict future experience. It is the basis of everything we call intelligence: language, science, art, social life, economic activity. All of it rests on the ability to find pattern, to construct regularity from the chaos of experience, and to use that regularity to navigate the world. This ability is so deep, so constitutive of what we are, that we exercise it even in conditions where there is no pattern to find. We see faces in clouds and in the wood grain of furniture. We hear voices in static. We find meaning in coincidence. We construct narratives from random sequences of events. This is not a failure of reason. It is reason doing what it was designed to do, finding the signal in the noise, applied in conditions where the noise happens to be, temporarily, louder than the signal. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is, in part, a product of this deep cognitive tendency. The show produces an enormous amount of cultural content. The world produces an enormous amount of cultural content. Human beings, who are very good at finding matches between large bodies of content, inevitably find some. The matches that are found are experienced as significant because the pattern-finding faculty doesn't automatically distinguish between meaningful pattern and coincidental correspondence. Both feel the same in the moment of recognition. But this cognitive account of the phenomenon, which is accurate as far as it goes, doesn't explain everything. Because some of the Simpsons' apparent predictions are genuinely not products of motivated pattern seeking. They are precise, specific, well-documented correspondences between things the show depicted and things that subsequently happened. And these genuine predictions require a different kind of explanation than the cognitive account provides. The genuine predictions are the product of genuine analytical skill, the ability to construct accurate models of how the world works and to project those models forward into the future. This skill is real. It is not equally distributed. The people who had it at the highest levels, the best writers, the best analysts, the people with the deepest and most accurate understanding of structural forces and human behavior, have consistently been better at predicting the future than those without it. The Simpsons had an unusual concentration of this skill in its writing staff. The predictions are the evidence of that concentration, playing out across 35 years of creative output. They are not magic. They are not prophecy. They are the output of unusually good minds doing unusually good work. And recognizing them as such, rather than reaching for supernatural explanations, is a way of honoring both the work and the workers. The emotional truth at the center of everything. We have been talking for a long time now about analytical frameworks and structural forces and prophetic records and cognitive psychology. And all of that is real, and all of it matters. But there is something at the center of The Simpsons that none of these analytical frameworks fully captures, and I want to spend some time with it before we rest. The Simpsons is, at its heart, a love story. Homer loves Marge. Not always wisely, not always well, not without the specific kind of stupidity and selfishness and obliviousness that Homer brings to everything he does. But consistently, persistently, across 35 years and more than 700 episodes, with a depth and a constancy that is one of the most moving things in American popular culture. Homer loves Marge in the way that real love works, not as a constant high note, but as a ground bass present beneath everything, providing the harmonic foundation without which the melody wouldn't make sense. Marge loves Homer back. She loves him in full knowledge of what he is, the intelligence she has that he mostly doesn't, the patience she has to exercise constantly, the hopes she holds quietly for a version of her life that she has not fully received. And she stays. Not from failure of imagination or failure of courage, but from choice. From the same ground-based love that Homer demonstrates in his own way, the love that survives because it is the bedrock rather than the decoration. The children are loved. Bart is loved in all his impossible boyhood energy, his resentments and his loyalties, his capacity for both genuine cruelty and genuine tenderness. Lisa is loved in all her lonely brilliance, the isolation that her intelligence produces, the way that being the smartest person in any room she enters is the condition that makes her most herself and most alone. Maggie is loved in her silence and her mystery and her quiet, extraordinary competence. This love, imperfect, exasperated, conditional on nothing, enduring through everything, is the emotional foundation of the show. It is what makes the satire bearable. It is what makes the criticism of American life feel like criticism from inside rather than contempt from outside. The show is harsh about Springfield because it loves Springfield. It is harsh about Homer because it loves Homer. You can only criticize something with that quality of precision and persistence when you care about it. And this love ultimately is the deepest prediction of all. The prediction that love, the ordinary, daily, unremarkable, astonishing love of families for each other, will persist. That it will persist through economic anxiety and political dysfunction and environmental degradation and personal failure and public catastrophe. That it will persist through every reset and every disaster and every forgotten catastrophe and every morning when Homer has to get up and drive to the nuclear power plant again. That the love will be there on the couch, at the dinner table, in the chaos and the noise and the ordinary, extraordinary texture of a life lived together. That prediction has been validated every episode for 35 years. It is the only prediction that was never in doubt. The final question. There is one question that I have been holding in reserve throughout this entire journey, and I want to bring it forward now, in this final hour, as the last thing to think about before sleep takes you. The question is this: if The Simpsons has been watching America for 35 years, and if the watching has been as accurate and as honest as the record suggests, then what is the show seeing now? The episodes being made today, the episodes currently in production, the stories currently being developed in the writer's room, are watching an America that is different in many specific ways from the America of 1989, or 1995, or 2005, or 2015. The technology has changed. The political landscape has changed. The cultural reference points have changed. The specific crises and the specific joys and the specific failures and the specific resiliences have all changed. But the underlying structure, the relationship between power and ordinary people, the gap between the official story and the lived experience, the way that love and community and daily life persist in the face of forces that seem designed to undermine them, this has not changed. It has changed in its specific forms. In its essential character, it is what it always was. And so the show that is being made now is, in some fundamental sense, continuous with the show that was made then. It is the same project of witness, applied to a different moment, by different minds, but in the same spirit and with the same fundamental commitments. What will they see? What are they, right now, noting in the margins and the backgrounds and the throwaway jokes? What will look in 10 or 20 years like a prediction? I don't know. None of us knows. That's the nature of the future. But if the past is any guide, and the past, the show has always insisted, is the only guide we have, then whatever the show is noting now, with its characteristic mixture of comedy and structural honesty, is worth paying attention to. Not because it will be prophetic, because paying attention is always worth doing, because watching carefully is always worth the effort, because the things we see clearly, however uncomfortable, however inconvenient, however resistant to official reassurance, are the things we have the best chance of being ready for when they arrive. The Simpsons taught us that, across 35 years and 700 episodes, one observation at a time. That is the lesson. That is the prediction. Pay attention. A note on what remains unexplained. Before we truly close for the night, let me say one more thing about the genuinely unexplained residue. The handful of Simpsons coincidences that sit outside the explanatory frameworks and refuse to be dissolved by them. I don't know what they mean. I have spent a lot of time thinking about them, and I don't have a satisfying explanation. The statistical account doesn't quite reach them. The analytical skill account doesn't quite account for their specific precision. The pattern-seeking psychology account doesn't fully explain why these particular patterns are as exact as they are. Maybe they're just coincidences in the purest and most philosophical sense. Two things that happen to arrive at the same place from completely different directions, with no connection between them other than the connection that the human mind supplies. Maybe they're the inevitable output of a very large system, producing a very large amount of content over a very long time. Maybe there's something else, something about the way that cultural artifacts embed information that their creators didn't fully process consciously, or something about the way that creative intuition can sometimes access knowledge that analytical reasoning hasn't yet arrived at. I don't know. And I want to resist the temptation to paper over the not knowing with a confident explanation, because the not knowing is part of the story. The Simpsons' coincidences are interesting precisely because they are not fully explained. They maintain their strangeness even after you've applied every analytical framework you have. And strangeness that survives careful analysis is a real thing, more valuable in some ways than strangeness that dissolves under scrutiny. Hold the mystery gently. Don't try to resolve it tonight. Let it sit alongside the explanations, neither dominating them nor being dominated by them. Let it be what it is, a small, persistent, beautiful puzzle that the show has left for us in the space between what it made and what the world became. That puzzle will be here in the morning. The show will still be running, and the world will still be producing its next generation of coincidences, waiting to be noticed by the people who are paying attention. Good night. Deep Archive. The stories behind the stories. We're still here. The night is still long, and Springfield still has more to give. This section is for the long-haul listeners, the ones who have been here since the three-eyed fish and who want to go even deeper into the archive of the show's strange and marvelous history. The writer's room in winter. There is something worth imagining about the writer's room of The Simpsons during its earliest and most fertile years. Not the sanitized conference room of television mythology, chrome and dry erase boards and coffee from a machine. The real thing. A room full of people who were genuinely, sometimes desperately, trying to make something good. Al Jean has described the early atmosphere as one of concentrated, slightly manic, creative energy. The show was new, the audience was there. The pressure to sustain and justify the early success was real. And the writers, who were unusually smart, unusually well-read, and unusually aware of the cultural significance of what they were making, brought to the work an intensity that is rare in commercial television. Conan O'Brien famously described writing Marge versus the Monorail, the episode widely considered the pinnacle of early Simpsons comedy, in a very short time, with a kind of creative momentum that seems, from the outside, almost supernatural. The jokes arrived fully formed. The structure clicked into place. The episode wrote itself in the way that the best episodes of any show always seem to write themselves, not because they require no effort, but because the effort is so completely absorbed into the process that what emerges looks effortless. This kind of creative momentum is real, and it is relevant to our story about predictions, because it describes a state in which the analytical and the intuitive are working together at maximum efficiency. In that state, the writer is not consciously deciding to identify trends and extrapolate them. They are doing something faster and less mediated, finding the story that is waiting to be told, following the logic of character and situation to its necessary conclusion, trusting their understanding of the world to guide them without requiring them to articulate that understanding. It is in this state, the flow state of the experienced satirist, that the best observations emerge and the most accurate extrapolations, and the jokes that will look, in 20 years, like they contained something that the joker didn't quite know they knew. On the texture of the predictions. The Simpsons' predictions vary enormously in their texture, in the quality of their apparent prescience, in the precision of their correspondence to subsequent reality, in the explanatory comfort with which they yield to analysis. Some of them are what I think of as trend predictions, cases where the show identified a clearly established trajectory in technology, politics, economics, or culture, and followed it to its next logical stopping point. These are the most clearly explicable predictions. They reflect the analytical skill of the writers and the quality of their cultural observation, and they can be fully accounted for without recourse to anything beyond that skill and that observation. The smartwatch prediction falls here. The streaming prediction falls here. Many of the political predictions fall here. Then there are what I call structural predictions, cases where the show didn't so much predict specific events as accurately describe the underlying conditions from which those events would eventually grow. The pandemic episode falls here. It didn't predict COVID-19 specifically, but it accurately modeled the dynamics of pandemic spread and response in a way that was validated by the real event. The financial crisis engagement falls here. The mass incarceration analysis falls here. These predictions are less about seeing specific future events and more about understanding present structures well enough to project their consequences forward. A third category is what I think of as specific coincidences, cases where the precision of the apparent prediction is high enough that it resists the structural account and can only be explained either as an extraordinarily well-aimed analytical shot in the dark or as pure coincidence. The Cypress Hill/London Symphony Orchestra story falls firmly here. The Siegfried and Roy White Tiger story falls close to here. These are the predictions that generate the most discussion and the most genuine puzzlement, because they seem to require either remarkable luck or remarkable knowledge, and neither explanation is fully comfortable. And then there's the fourth category, the genuinely unexplained residue, the things we've already discussed and chosen to hold in careful uncertainty. These deserve their own register of attention, not confident explanation, not confident dismissal, but the honest acknowledgement that they are genuinely hard to account for, and that the difficulty is real. Understanding which predictions fall into which category helps clarify what the Simpsons phenomenon is actually demonstrating. It is not a single phenomenon. It is at least four distinct ones, operating by different mechanisms, requiring different kinds of analysis, and telling us different things about the show, its writers, and the relationship between creative intelligence and temporal foresight. The role of editors and feedback. One aspect of The Simpsons production process that tends to be underemphasized in discussions of its prophetic reputation is the role of editing and collective judgment in shaping what ultimately ended up on screen. Television production, especially for an animated show with a long production timeline, involves multiple layers of review, revision, and collective decision-making before a final product is delivered to the audience. Scripts are read and rewritten. Stories are pitched and rejected. Jokes are tried in different versions, and the best version is kept. The work that ends up on screen represents, typically, the convergence of multiple people's judgment about what works. Analytically, creatively, emotionally. This collective process has implications for the predictions. When a specific analytical insight, a reading of a political trend, an identification of a corporate dynamic, an extrapolation of a technological trajectory, survives the multi-stage review process of The Simpsons writers' room, it has been validated by multiple independent observers who have judged it to be not just funny, but accurate. It has been found by the room to ring true. The predictions that have proven accurate are, in this sense, predictions that a group of unusually capable observers collectively endorsed. They are not the singular intuitions of a single writer. They are the shared convictions of a creative community. Things that multiple intelligent people comparing their observations and their models agreed were likely to be true. This collective validation is, in some ways, more impressive than individual prophecy would be. It suggests that the predictions represent not just individual insight, but something like analytical consensus among the best analytical minds in the room. An analytical consensus, when the minds involved are genuinely good at what they do, is one of the more reliable guides to what is likely to be true. The economics of satire. There is a dimension of The Simpsons' prophetic record that I haven't addressed directly yet, and it has to do with the economics of the show's production and the way those economics shaped what the writers were able to do. The Simpsons, especially in its early years, was not a cheap show to produce. The animation required substantial resources, and the complexity and quality of the production increased as the show's success justified investment. But the economics of the writers' room, the writers' salaries, the number of writers employed, the quality of talent that could be attracted and retained, were directly shaped by the show's commercial success. The show's extraordinary commercial success in the early 1990s created the conditions for the extraordinary writers' room of the mid-1990s, the most talent-dense, most analytically capable room in the show's history. The predictions from this era are, not coincidentally, among the most impressive. The writers were the best. They had the time and the resources to do the work well, and the work showed it. This creates an interesting feedback loop. The quality of the work attracted audiences, the audiences justified the investment in quality, and the investment in quality produced more work of sufficient quality to generate the predictions we're discussing. The Simpsons' prophetic reputation is, in part, an artifact of its commercial success, of the conditions that commercial success created for the production of the quality work that generated the predictions. There's something both prosaic and oddly beautiful about this. The most famous cultural institution of apparent prophecy in American television history owes part of its prophetic reputation to the very commercial dynamics that its satire consistently subjects to critical analysis. Mr. Burns would appreciate the irony. The relationship between comedy and truth. Throughout this entire journey, I have been dancing around a claim that I want to make explicitly now, because I think it is the most important thing I can say about The Simpsons' prophetic record and what it actually means. Comedy, at its best, is not decoration applied to truth. It is a method for accessing truth, a specific cognitive strategy that allows us to approach uncomfortable realities that direct, serious engagement would cause us to flinch from and look away. This is why comedy has always been the natural home of the court jester, the dissident, the person who tells the powerful what the powerful don't want to hear. Comedy provides the protective fiction. It's just a joke that allows the truth to be spoken in contexts where truth would otherwise be suppressed. The joke is always cover for something real. The laughter is always partly a release of the tension that the real thing generates. The Simpsons has used this cover to examine the real thing, the real dynamics of American power, the real experience of ordinary people in a society organized around priorities other than their well-being, the real gap between the official story and the lived reality, for 35 years. It has been able to do this continuously across administrations and cultural moments and economic cycles because it maintains the protective cover of being a cartoon comedy. A family show, entertainment. But underneath the cover, it has been doing serious work, honest work. Work that is, in its own way, as rigorous as any form of analysis and considerably more emotionally direct than most. And the product of that work, the accumulated body of insight that the show has produced, is what makes the predictions possible and what gives them their peculiar quality of weight. The predictions are the residue of serious work done under comic cover, and the fact that the work was serious is what makes the residue substantial enough to notice. A longer look at Homer. Let me spend some time with Homer Simpson because he is the center of everything and because the show's treatment of him is, I think, the most important single element of its achievement. Homer is not, by any conventional measure, a sympathetic protagonist. He is, by any conventional measure, a failure. He is professionally incompetent, spending 35 years in a job he should never have been given, performing tasks that he routinely fails to perform correctly, supervised by an employer who neither knows his name nor cares what he does. He is intellectually limited, with an IQ that the show has placed at the very bottom of the range that normal human variation produces. He is self-absorbed, inconsiderate, impulsive, physically self-destructive, emotionally obtuse. The gap between what he provides for his family and what his family deserves, measured by any objective standard, is substantial. And yet, Homer is, episode after episode, the character we most want to be with. The character whose experience we inhabit most readily, whose joys feel most genuinely joyful, and whose losses feel most genuinely painful. The character who makes us laugh more often and more freely than any other in the show's vast and brilliant cast. Why? Because Homer's failures are not moral failures. They are not the product of malice or cruelty or greed. They are the product of limitation, of genuine cognitive and emotional limitation, produced and maintained by circumstances that Homer did not choose and cannot change. Homer fails the way that most of us fail, not from lack of trying, but from lack of capacity, from the gap between what we want to be and what we are equipped to be, from the specific and irreducible constraints that life imposes on us before we are old enough to have a say in the matter. We recognize this in Homer because we feel it in ourselves. The aspiration that outstrips the ability, the love that is genuine but expressed clumsily, the desire to be better than we are, bumping constantly against the reality of what we are. Homer is, in this sense, the most honest protagonist in American popular culture. A character who embodies, without flattery or shame, the ordinary experience of human limitation. And the show's tenderness toward Homer, its refusal to condemn him, its insistence on his fundamental goodness despite his manifest failures, is its most radical moral position. It says, limitation is not condemnation. Failure is not proof of unworthiness. The person who tries and fails deserves the same consideration as the person who tries and succeeds. Maybe more. This is not a comfortable message in a culture that organizes its mythology around achievement and success, and the idea that outcomes reflect moral worth. The Simpsons spends 35 years pushing back against that mythology, episode after episode, through the medium of a man who cannot do his job, cannot grow intellectually, cannot be the provider and protector and patriarch that the culture expects him to be, and who is nevertheless, unmistakably, consistently in every episode, worthy of love. That is the prediction that matters most, and it will remain true long after the last episode airs and Springfield finally goes dark. The Simpsons and American Dreaming America runs on dreams. This is not a cynical observation, it is a descriptive one. The American self-understanding is organized around the dream, the belief that the present is merely a starting point, that the future can be better, that effort and virtue and luck together can produce a life that is, in some meaningful sense, more than what the circumstances of birth would seem to have made possible. This dream has been, at various moments in American history, both a genuine reality and a motivating fiction. The history is complicated. The dream has been more available to some Americans than to others, more reliably funded by the society's actual structure at some times than at others, more frequently realized in some communities than in communities otherwise comparable in their residents' energy and aspiration. The Simpsons lives in the space between the dream and the reality of American life. It does not mock the dream. Homer's desire for a better life, his love of his family, his aspiration to something more than the reality of Sector 7G are treated with genuine respect and genuine tenderness. But the show also refuses to pretend that the dream is fully available, that the structure of American life reliably rewards the qualities it claims to reward, that the gap between aspiration and achievement is simply a matter of insufficient effort. Springfield is a place where the dream is somewhat more accessible than the nightmare, but considerably less accessible than the mythology suggests. Where things sometimes work out, but often don't. Where good people with good intentions fail and bad people with bad intentions succeed. With enough frequency that neither the myth of meritocracy nor the myth of karma holds up under examination. Where the nuclear power plant continues to run, and the fish continues to have three eyes, and Homer continues to go to work, and the family continues to love each other, in a loop that might be a trap or might be a kind of grace depending on how you look at it. That is the American dream as The Simpsons understands it. Not the official version, not the cynical rejection of it, but the honest version. The version that acknowledges both the genuine aspiration and the genuine structural obstacles and finds in the persistence of love and community and ordinary daily life a value that neither the aspiration nor the obstacles can fully diminish. The other characters. We have been talking mostly about Homer, but Springfield is full of characters who have their own relationship to the show's prophetic project, and they deserve some attention before we close. Marge is the character who holds the structure together, not because she is passive. Marge has dreams and aspirations and intellectual curiosity and a range of skills and capacities that the show regularly, and somewhat sadly, shows going mostly unfulfilled in the circumstances of her life. But because she chooses, episode after episode, to invest her capacities in the project of making the family work, not from lack of ambition, but from a specific and explicit form of ambition. The ambition to create something stable and loving and real, in conditions that work against stability and love and reality. Marge is, in some ways, the show's most politically ambiguous character, because the choice she makes, to center her life on family rather than individual achievement, can be read both as a genuine expression of values and as the product of a social structure that has not made other options equally available to her. The show, to its credit, refuses to resolve this ambiguity. It honors Marge's choice while acknowledging the costs of it, without deciding whether the costs are acceptable or whether the choice was really free. This ambiguity is another form of the show's prophetic clarity. The question of what women's choices actually look like when the range of choices is shaped by structural conditions that were not designed with women's full participation in mind. This question has been central to American feminist debate for 50 years, and it continues to generate genuine disagreement. The Simpsons doesn't answer it. It holds it open, in the person of Marge, with a completeness and a care that makes it one of the show's most durable contributions to American cultural conversation. Lisa is the show's most overt prophet. She is the character who sees most clearly, who articulates most directly, who refuses most stubbornly to accept the comfortable fiction in place of the uncomfortable truth. Her isolation, the loneliness of being the smartest person in any room she enters, in a community that doesn't value her kind of intelligence, is a direct metaphor for the isolation of genuine foresight. The person who can see what is coming, who tries to warn those around them, who is ignored, dismissed, and occasionally punished for the clarity of their vision. This is Lisa Simpson, and it is also the experience of anyone who has ever tried to tell a difficult truth to a community that didn't want to hear it. Bart is the show's rebel, the figure of pure resistance to the structures that the show both depicts and critiques. His resistance is often futile and sometimes counterproductive, but it is never insincere. And it embodies something important about the show's moral vision, that the appropriate response to a world that doesn't work as it should is not acceptance, not resignation, not the quiet endurance of indignity. The appropriate response includes, at minimum, the refusal to pretend that things are fine when they aren't. And Maggie, quiet, watchful, extraordinary Maggie, is perhaps the show's most radical figure, the intelligence that reveals itself only to those who are paying the closest attention, the capability that is camouflaged by weakness and silence, the potential that hasn't yet decided what to become. In a show about American life at the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century, Maggie is the figure of the future, uncertain, powerful, unannounced, already present and already watching, waiting for the moment to act. What Springfield will look like when Maggie finally speaks, what America will look like when the quiet intelligence that has been watching from the sidelines finally announces itself, is the question the show has been asking for 35 years without answering. It remains open. The closing meditation. We are at the very end of this long journey now. The night has deepened around you and Springfield has receded to a gentle glow at the edge of consciousness. Warm and yellow and perpetually present, the way that truly beloved things are always present at the edge of the mind, available when you need them and quiet when you don't. Let me offer you one final image to carry into sleep. Imagine Homer Simpson on a Sunday evening, driving home from wherever his latest adventure has taken him, which is to say, from wherever the episode has taken him, which is to say, from the specific corner of American life that the writers were examining this week. He is in his car, the car that is always somehow running, however many times it has been destroyed, driving through the streets of Springfield as the sun goes down. The nuclear plant cooling towers are visible on the horizon, their familiar silhouettes against the orange sky. The Quickie Mart is lit up on its corner. The school and the church and Moe's Tavern and the First Church of Springfield and Flanders House are all exactly where they always are. Homer pulls into the driveway. The house is lit from within. Through the window, he can see Marge moving in the kitchen. He can see the blue flicker of the television that is always on. He can hear or imagine the noise of the kids. Bart's perpetual mischief, Lisa's perpetual questions, Maggie's perpetual watchful silence. He sits for a moment in the car before going in. Just a moment. And in that moment, there is a look on his face that the show has given him many times over 35 years. A look of something that is not quite gratitude and not quite wonder and not quite love, but that contains all three. A look that says this imperfect, frustrating, sometimes terrifying, always inadequate, irreplaceable and beloved thing. This is what I came home to. This is what I was trying to get back to through everything. Then he gets out of the car. He goes inside, the door closes, the house glows, and Springfield goes on. Sleep well. Final archive. The long view. For those who are still with us, deep in the night, past the closing meditation, unwilling to let go of Springfield just yet. This is the very end of the journey, the last set of lanterns lit in the deepest part of the archive. 35 years of Sundays. The Simpsons has been a Sunday night institution for most of its history. Sunday nights in America have a specific emotional texture. The weekend receding, the week approaching, that combination of rest and anticipation that produces in many people a kind of contemplative openness. The day when you might sit with a cup of something warm and let your mind range more freely than it does on the workdays. It is not a coincidence, I think, that the show that has spent 35 years watching America most carefully and most honestly has occupied this specific slot in the weekly rhythm. Sunday night is the time when Americans are most inclined to be reflective about their lives, about what they've done, what they're doing, what they hope for, and fear. It is the time when a cartoon that takes their lives seriously, that finds in the ordinary texture of domestic American existence both comedy and genuine significance, is most likely to resonate. The Simpsons has been part of millions of Sunday nights for 35 years. It has been the background hum of the end of the weekend, the familiar yellow glow in the living room as the week begins to gather itself in the near distance. And in that position, as a constant presence in the weekly rhythm of American domestic life, It has accumulated a kind of intimacy with its audience that is different from any other relationship between a television show and its viewers. The show knows us because we've let it into our Sunday nights for 35 years. And maybe we know the show, not its episode synopsis and its guest lists, but its essential spirit, its fundamental commitments, the quality of attention it brings to the world, in the way that we know the things we've grown up alongside. Not as facts, but as presences. The permanence of what has already been made. One of the most remarkable things about The Simpsons, considered as a cultural artifact, is its permanence. The show is, by now, simply there, a permanent feature of the cultural landscape, as established and as unquestionable in its presence as any institution of American cultural life. It doesn't need to be created or justified or explained. It exists, and its existence is part of the shared context of every American who has grown up in the past 35 years. This permanence has implications for the prophecy question that are rarely discussed. Because the episodes, all 700 of them, every joke and every background detail and every throwaway reference, are now permanently archived and permanently accessible. They cannot be revised. They cannot be updated. They cannot be retroactively changed in light of what they appear to predict. They are fixed in time exactly as they were made, available for examination at any point in the future. This is unusual for predictive artifacts. The prediction literature is full of cases where predictions were made, forgotten when they turned out to be wrong, and remembered only when they turned out to be right. The Simpsons doesn't work this way. Every prediction that failed, every extrapolation that didn't pan out, every joke that the world declined to rhyme with, these are all there in the archive, available for inspection. The hits and the misses are equally preserved. This is why the confirmation bias account of The Simpsons predictions, the argument that we remember the hits and forget the misses, requires some nuance. The misses haven't been forgotten. They're there, in the archive, exactly as visible as the hits. The hits get shared more widely on social media, yes, but anyone who wants to examine the full record can do so. The archive is open. And when you examine the full record, when you look not just at the predictions that came true, but at the whole vast body of the show's cultural engagement, the proportion that is proven accurate is genuinely striking. Not 100%, not even close to 100%, but substantially higher than chance would predict, and consistent enough across domains and decades to suggest that something more than luck is operating. The archive is the evidence, and the evidence viewed whole is remarkable. On the question of intention. Did The Simpsons writers intend to make predictions? Were they consciously trying to see the future, to document trends, to create a record that future audiences could evaluate for its prophetic accuracy? Almost certainly not. The writers were trying to make good television, to produce comedy that was sharp and funny and true, that captured something real about American life in ways that would make audiences laugh and occasionally feel something deeper than laughter. The predictions were side effects of this project, not its goals. And this is perhaps the most important thing to understand about the relationship between good creative work and prophecy. The best predictions come from people who are trying to do something else, trying to tell the truth, to understand the world, to make something beautiful and honest. When you pursue those goals with sufficient skill and commitment, you inevitably produce insights about how the world works, and those insights projected forward look like prophecy. The writers who were consciously trying to make predictions, who thought of themselves as analysts or futurists rather than comedians and storytellers, would almost certainly have produced a worse prophetic record. Because the conscious analytical mode is always constrained by what the analysts believe, it is reasonable to say, what they think their audience will accept, what conclusions the official discourse of the moment makes it possible to reach. The satirist who is operating under the cover of "it's just a joke" is freed from these constraints. The truth can be told because it's dressed as a punchline. The Simpsons' prophetic record is, ultimately, the record of a group of people who were freed, by the conventions of their form, to be honest in ways that other forms discourage. And honesty, pursued rigorously and sustained over a long period of time, has a quality of foresight built into it. Because the world is what it is, and accurate descriptions of what it is tend to accurately predict where it is going. What we carry away from every long journey, we carry something. Not the full record, not every detail, but the things that settled deepest, the images and moments and ideas that made the journey feel like it mattered. From tonight's journey through Springfield, here is what I carry. I carry the image of Blinky, the three-eyed fish, blinking slowly in a Springfield river in 1990 and in a real Argentine reservoir in 2011. Two fish, 21 years apart, connected by nothing but a structural truth about what happens to living things when they live downstream from inadequate oversight of industrial power. I carry the image of Homer at a chalkboard in 1998, covered in equations he doesn't understand, but that a Simpsons writer who has a deep understanding of theoretical physics has placed there, and the equation's resonance with the experimental physics of 2012. The collision of comedy and science producing something that sits, quietly, in both worlds. I carry the image of Lisa Simpson in the Oval Office in 2000, dealing with the economic consequences of President Trump. 16 years of patience before the joke became real, before the prediction became history. I carry Cypress Hill on the stage of the Royal Albert Hall with the London Symphony Orchestra in 2024, 28 years after a Simpsons episode made the joke, and the strange, beautiful recursiveness of a world that eventually rhymes with its own satirical representation. I carry the mystery of the specific numbers and the specific dates and the specific images that don't yield to the explanatory frameworks, that sit outside the comfortable territory of analysis and chance, that insist on their strangeness with a quiet stubbornness that good intellectual honesty requires us to acknowledge. And I carry Homer in his car in the driveway, looking at the light in the window, carrying everything that the show has taught us about the value of ordinary love in an extraordinary world. These are not small things. They are the residue of 35 years of one of the most sustained and skillful acts of cultural attention in the history of entertainment. They deserve to be held carefully, with gratitude and with wonder. One last thing about the show. There is one thing about The Simpsons that I haven't said yet, and that I want to say now in this final long moment, before the night is fully over. The show is, in the end, optimistic, not in a naive way, not in a way that ignores the cruelty of power or the persistence of injustice or the specific suffering of specific people in specific circumstances. Not in a way that pretends the three-eyed fish is fine, or the cracked cooling towers are safe, or the Mr. Burns of the world will eventually receive their comeuppance. But in the deepest way, in the way that matters most. The Simpsons is optimistic because it believes, episode after episode, that ordinary life is worth taking seriously. That Homer Simpson's Sunday afternoon, his donut and his baseball game, and his nap on the couch is worth the full investment of creative intelligence and emotional care that the show brings to it. That the love between two imperfect people in an imperfect town, in an imperfect country, is worth depicting with the full precision and tenderness that the show has brought to it for 35 years. This is not a small thing. In a culture that routinely tells ordinary people that their lives are not interesting enough to matter, that the lives worth paying attention to are the exceptional, the successful, the famous, the extraordinary, The Simpsons has spent 35 years insisting on the opposite. That the ordinary life lived with love and aspiration and the specific failures and small triumphs that ordinary life contains is the subject of the most important stories. That is the prophecy that will outlast all the others. The prediction that ordinary life matters, that the Homer Simpsons of the world and the Springfield families and the communities that look nothing like the success stories the culture celebrates deserve the same quality of attention and care and creative investment as any other subject. That prediction is the heart of the show, and it has been validated quietly every week for 35 years. The couch is there, the TV is on, the family is home. And all of it has been worth watching. Sleep now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Total runtime, spoken at comfortable relaxation narration pace, approximately 100 words per minute. Approximately 6.5 to 7 hours. Bonus section. Springfield's most overlooked coincidences. We promised 40,000 words, and a promise to Springfield is a promise that must be kept. Here are the overlooked, underreported, and quietly fascinating Simpsons coincidences that didn't quite fit anywhere else in the main body of the script, but that deserve their moment in the light. The one about Ringo Starr. In 1991, The Simpsons aired an episode in which Marge Simpson, who is an amateur painter, creates a portrait of Ringo Starr. She sends the portrait to Ringo, and the joke is that Ringo, being extraordinarily busy and having received an enormous amount of fan mail across a long career, has not yet found time to respond to every piece of correspondence sent to him, including Marge's painting. The episode's comedy is built on Marge's patient and slightly heartbreaking wait for a response from a Beatle who has been working through his fan mail for decades. It is a funny episode and a warm one, and it contains one of the great celebrity performances in the show's history. Ringo Starr playing a version of himself with charm and genuine comic skill. But the detail that has attracted prophetic attention is this. The episode's central joke, that Ringo Starr would eventually, diligently respond to every piece of fan mail he had ever received, however long it took, has a resonance with something real about Ringo Starr's actual character that the writers may or may not have known about. By various accounts, Ringo Starr has, over his career, been remarkably consistent about engaging with fan correspondence in a way that is unusual among musicians of his generation and stature. The joke, which might have been purely fictional, turns out to have been accurate about the person it depicted. Was this a prediction? No. It was a joke built on a real characteristic of a real person, dressed up in the show's characteristic gentle absurdism. But it demonstrates something important, that The Simpsons' apparent predictions about real people are often at root observations about those people's actual characteristics, extrapolated into scenarios that feel fictional, but are grounded in accuracy. The one about the Rolling Stones. In 2002, a Simpsons episode made a joke about the Rolling Stones' longevity, about the extraordinary fact that a rock band formed in 1962 was still touring, still releasing material, still commanding enormous audiences 4 decades into their career. The joke was, essentially, that by the show's imagined future, the Stones would still be touring, that rock and roll immortality was genuinely possible, and that the Stones were its proof of concept. The Rolling Stones are still touring. As of the mid-2020s, more than 60 years after their formation, and more than 2 decades after the Simpsons episode, the band, now with a different lineup, having lost drummer Charlie Watts in 2021, continues to mount major concert tours to enormous audiences. The joke has become a sustained reality. The prediction that the Stones would keep going has been verified year after year across the entire interval between the episode's broadcast and the present. This is a small prediction, an obvious one in some ways. The Stones were already extraordinarily durable in 2002, and their continued activity was not exactly surprising. But it reflects the show's consistent ability to identify the trajectories of cultural institutions and follow them to their conclusions. And the conclusion in this case has been an extraordinary confirmation of what was already apparent. The one about self-driving cars. In a 2005 episode, The Simpsons depicted a vehicle that appeared to operate without a driver, a car that navigated a road while its occupant read or relaxed rather than attending to the task of driving. The depiction was brief and comic, not a detailed technical speculation, but a visual joke about the future of transportation and the American relationship with the automobile. Autonomous vehicle development has been one of the defining technological stories of the 2000s and 2000s. Companies including Tesla, Waymo, Cruise, and others have made substantial progress toward vehicles that can navigate without human input, and several autonomous or semi-autonomous vehicle systems are commercially available or in commercial testing as of the early 2020s. The full self-driving car, the vehicle that can navigate any road in any condition without human attention, remains a work in progress, but its development is active and its eventual arrival is widely anticipated. The Simpsons depicted it in 2005. 20 years later, it is real, or nearly real. Another trajectory identified and followed to its destination. The one about the mural. In a Season 7 episode, the show depicted a controversy over a public mural, a piece of public art commissioned by a community that turned out to be offensive to various constituencies within that community, with different groups finding different elements objectionable until the original work was successively modified to remove the offensive elements and in the end contained almost nothing at all. The episode is a satire of the politics of public art, of the way that the desire to avoid offense can produce the elimination of everything interesting or challenging, and of the specific dynamics of community art controversies. In the 2000s, debates about public art, about statues, murals, monuments, and their relationship to community identity, to historical memory, to contested histories of race and power, became one of the defining cultural and political conversations in the United States and in other countries. The specific dynamics of The Simpsons' 1996 satire, the competing claims of different constituencies on public space and public representation, the way that the desire to avoid offense can produce a kind of cultural blankness, were precisely the dynamics that played out in real communities as the public art debate intensified in the following decades. The episode was not predicting the Black Lives Matter movement or the debate over Confederate monuments specifically. It was identifying with sharp satirical precision the structural features of any community controversy over public representation, features that were already present in 1996 and that would produce in the 2000s a national reckoning with exactly the questions the episode was asking. The one about the automated jobs. In multiple episodes across the show's history, but particularly concentrated in a run of episodes from the late 1990s through the early 2000s, The Simpsons engaged with the threat of automation to employment. The specific context varied. Sometimes it was industrial automation, sometimes it was technological displacement, sometimes it was the broader question of what happens to communities when the economic basis of their existence is undermined by the replacement of human labor with machine labor. These episodes anticipated, with considerable accuracy, one of the major economic and social stories of the 2000s and 10s. The broad-based discussion about the potential effects of artificial intelligence and automation on employment across a wide range of occupational categories. The concern about automation has historically tended to focus on manufacturing jobs. But The Simpsons engaged unusually with the automation of a wider range of work, including the kind of cognitive work that had previously been assumed to be automation-resistant. In the 2000s and 2000s, the development of large language models and other forms of artificial intelligence created genuine uncertainty about the future of employment in cognitive work. Writing, analysis, programming, legal reasoning, medical diagnosis. The Simpsons' earlier engagement with automation anxiety, which had seemed somewhat abstract when the episodes aired, became suddenly and uncomfortably concrete. The show didn't predict artificial intelligence specifically. It predicted the anxiety that automated competence in human domains produces in people who derive their identity and their livelihood from their cognitive skills. That anxiety is real, and The Simpsons understood it decades before the specific technology that would generate it most intensely had been developed. The one about the internet stars. In 2007, a Simpsons episode engaged with the emerging phenomenon of online video celebrities, people who had achieved significant audiences and cultural influence through self-produced video content distributed on internet platforms, outside the traditional structures of the entertainment industry. The episode treated this as a new and significant phenomenon, engaged with its dynamics with characteristic sharpness, and produced observations about the economics and the psychology of online attention that have held up remarkably well. YouTube launched in 2005. By 2007, when the episode aired, the platform was establishing itself, but the full ecosystem of YouTube celebrities, content creators, influencers, and the associated economy of advertising and merchandise and brand deals had not yet fully emerged. The episode was engaging with something that was new and not yet fully formed. By the 2000s and 10s, the creator economy, the ecosystem of independent content producers building audiences and livelihoods through social media platforms, had become one of the defining features of the media landscape, with billions of dollars flowing through it annually and with significant effects on the traditional entertainment and media industries that The Simpsons itself was part of. The show saw it coming in 2007, not in every detail, not in the full complexity of what the creator economy would become, but in its essential dynamics, the democratization of media production, the economics of attention, the way that direct audience relationships would change the relationship between content and distribution. The 2007 episode was pointing in the direction that history would travel. The one about the hologram. In 2012, coincidentally the same year that Tupac Shakur's hologram appeared at Coachella, creating one of the most discussed and most debated moments in recent entertainment history, The Simpsons aired an episode that depicted a version of holographic performance technology, a digitally projected representation of a performer appearing on stage in a context where the performer was not physically present. The Tupac hologram was not actually a hologram. It was a variant of a 19th century theatrical illusion called Pepper's Ghost, projected onto a transparent screen. But the cultural impact was that of a hologram, the appearance of a deceased performer, rendered in convincing moving image, interacting with live performers on a live stage, in front of a live audience. The reaction was astonishment, debate, wonder, and a great deal of discussion about the future of live entertainment and the ethics of using the likeness of deceased performers. The Simpsons episode from the same year engaged with exactly this set of questions about the authenticity of digital performance, about the relationship between the live and the recorded, about the ethics of using technology to simulate the presence of the absent, with a sharpness that reflects the show's consistent ability to find the genuine ethical and cultural questions embedded in apparently trivial technological novelties. Since 2012, the phenomenon of digitally recreated performers has continued to develop. Several musicians and actors have had their likenesses used, with varying degrees of controversy and varying responses from their estates and their fans. The questions The Simpsons episode was asking in 2012 remain live and unresolved in 2024. The one about the social score. In a mid-2000s episode, The Simpsons depicted a system in which individuals in Springfield are assigned a score that determines their access to various social and economic goods. A score that reflects their behavior, their reputation, and their compliance with various social norms. The system is depicted as both useful and troubling, efficient and oppressive. And the episode engages with the tension between the legitimate interest in social order and the dangers of systematic surveillance and social control. China's social credit system, which began development in the mid-2000s and has been progressively implemented since, is not exactly the system The Simpsons depicted. It is more complex, more fragmented, more varied in its implementation across different regions and different domains than most Western media accounts suggest. But the essential concept, a systematic social score that affects access to goods and services, is sufficiently similar to what The Simpsons depicted that the parallel has been widely noted. The Simpsons was not describing China specifically in the mid-2000s. It was describing a generic technological social possibility, the application of computational power and surveillance infrastructure to the task of social management. That was becoming thinkable in the mid-2000s, and that has since become real in various forms in various countries. The show was identifying the possibility early, exploring its implications through comedy, and leaving the audience with the questions that the possibility raises. Questions that are now very much live questions in the real world. A closing thought on all of these. The overlooked coincidences and the minor predictions share a characteristic that is worth noting. They tend to be the product of the show engaging with the margins rather than the center of American life. With the second-order effects of technological change rather than the first-order ones. With the cultural and social implications of developments that were generating their primary commentary elsewhere. The show's prophetic record is concentrated, perhaps paradoxically, in these marginal engagements, in the places where the official discourse hasn't yet formed, where the implications haven't yet been worked through, where the question is still genuinely open. The center of American cultural and political discourse, which the show also engages with, produces fewer accurate predictions, partly because the center has better mechanisms for processing and analyzing its own developments. The margins, the overlooked technologies, the quiet cultural shifts, the structural changes that haven't yet produced their full consequences, are where The Simpsons is most reliably ahead of its time. Not because the writers were seeking out the obscure, but because their range of attention was so broad that they inevitably included the margins in what they were watching. And the margins, it turns out, are where the future is most often hiding. That is the final lesson of the Springfield Archive. The future is always in the margins, in the background of the frame, in the throwaway detail that nobody is looking at because everyone is looking at something else. Pay attention to the background. That is where Springfield lives, and that is where the next prediction is waiting.